Right then, what are we doing next? What are we doing next? I can't bloody remember. Well, morning, afternoon, evening, depending where you are. Yes, at 32,000 feet, yeah. Couldn't get the whole picture in though, that was the problem. Oh, yes, hello. Oh. So it looks like it's just you and me at the moment. Well, the three of us. Well, four, right? So there's you, me, Siri and Nelly. Right. I've got to get this lump ready to go for tomorrow morning. Sit down, sit. Come down, good girl. So, no, sit. Like I'm a stalker. Sit. Good girl. Really? Do you like to wear my face? Is that what it is? Oh dear. Oh, it's a lovely day today. After the torrential rain that we had over the last few days. On and off. Oh, ow. He is recovering from about 10 days of chronic toothache that he couldn't do anything about. So he's better, as it were. And probably I'm going to be able to have my first proper meal tonight. Right, sit down, missus. Put your arse on the rug. Sit. Sit, just sit. There you go. Calm down. Just relax. So you brought your mate over now. Hello, one of the cameras is locked up. Weird. Oh, what that's all about. Oh, I think it's coming back. No apparent reason for it. Oh, there you go. Let's catch up. Oh, mate, I get it on and off. The problem with being agoraphobic, I can't get to dentist, and dentists won't come to me. So over the last 4 years or so, I've learned how to sort of like deal with it and get through it, which is why I got my bloody teeth left. I tried looking after them as much as I could. I think was it last year, possibly the year before. I tripped over out on the driveway, slipped, fell, and smashed the 3 top teeth clean out on the wheel of the Mustang, which was unfortunate, shall we say, at best. So, but at least at the moment, I'm not, cooking like this. So, take it as it comes. Yeah. So, and funnily enough, the toothache I've been getting has nothing to do with those 3 teeth I broke. So, work that one out. But like I said, I've got this 80s going tomorrow, so I have to top and tail it, give it another check before it goes out the door. And there's a mini moog that I've got to do a brief preliminary over and make sure it's okay. And then I've got that can only be described as a mystery Kurzweil. Oh, Andy. Yeah, I've just been telling home all right now. The problem was the lady could not speak a single word of English, and her husband had limited English. I think, don't quote me on this, but I think they were Japanese. I did say Josan, and they didn't react to that, so they're not from Hong Kong. So I assuming they were Japanese from that, and you know, Konnichiwa, which they seem to react to. So I'm assuming they're Japanese, and they're not very long here. And the words that he knew in English were audio and no light. Something. They're not. So what I'm assuming from that is that when she turns this curve tile on, sometimes it boots up, sometimes it doesn't. That's what I'm assuming from it. And to put a little bit of extra pressure on it, she needs to use it for a gig on Sunday. Don't know where or how. So we'll see. So we'll get that down afterwards. I really want to look at it today so I can phone them tonight and say yay or nay, or actually try to convey to them yay or nay. I might have my Japanese thingy to hand, my translation thing on the iPad. Although my Japanese isn't wonderful, I can barely speak back in English, can I? So, oh, don't tell me the point's gone. Oh. And I'm still fixing my Mustang clock. It's been a bit of a pain in the arm. I thought I got it nailed, but it wasn't quite there. I mean, it's not far off, but it's not a happy bunny at the same time. So intermittently, I will be going over to this and trying to find out why this thing doesn't disengage properly when it goes round. I think it might just because it's a bit stiff, perhaps. I don't know. If we go, I don't know if you can see that, but at the moment, it's actually running. Yeah. But it runs for so long and then goes, no. Now I know it has 12 volt connected to it, which acts like a tensioning spring. So it's just a magnetic coil that helps to keep it going, like a pendulum would. And there's a cog in here somewhere that's jamming it up, and I don't know why it's doing it. But we'll get to the bottom of it, because this was absolutely solid at one point. So we'll see how that goes. And that's today's list. Yeah, I do, except I don't sit my feet upright. I actually turn them in on themselves. That are actually horizontal. So I've done that since I was a kid. I mean, a small child. And I think I do walk slightly pigeon-toed. And it's probably because of that. So yeah, the clock's out of the Mustang. Because nothing worked at all. Like even when you pull out the thing on the front to adjust the time, it wouldn't even pull out. It was C solid. So Fiona said, she goes, "Oh, I'll have a quick look on the net and see how much a replacement one is." nearly 400 quid, because it's made by a carriage clock company, and apparently it's worth a few quid. So I thought, right, we better get this going, because I'm spending 400 quid on a clock. Fucking hell. When you're driving a Mustang, the last thing you have time to do is to look and see what time it is. You've got to look and see which stupid arse in front of you is brake checking you. So we'll see if I can get it working anyway. So it's a nice day. I'll get this base of this 80 cleaned up, because they wanted the outside of the case done as well. So all the little tears and nicks. That's the next bit, is to glue all these down. Ugh. Why was that under pressure? Was that you? You walk on it, Fluffy. So let's get these sorted out anyway. There's a few little flaps here and there. This one. Ow. Come back to you in a minute. Oh, there's one there. No. Must admit, detailing is a bit of a pain in the arse, to be honest, but it's all part of the restoration game, isn't it? Okay. I think it's only just those two little bits. The rest of it seems to be okay. Repaired this. This now opens and closes because this was all smashed up. Come back to them in a minute if I need to. Right, there's a screw where one of the plastic feet was. It's broken off, and they flattened the screw, putting it down. I've got to get that screw out somehow. So make sure these are still okay. Yeah, lovely. Jubbly. Okay, cool. Right, so we can get the screw out, because it's dug right into the wood. Come on, girl. Oh, come on. Okay. Really, really flatten this. Try with this. No, this one. This one's even better. Get under there. Right, I think I have enough of it sticking out. Come on. We've got it. There you go. That's what had to be pulled out. Was a wood screw holding on a plastic foot at one time. So that's done. Cool. Wood's back a bit. Back it up a bit. tried a multitude of synths, including the contamination on the Tolex, which it accumulates over the years. Fungal infection or something going on there. It's been damp at some point, a long period of time. So this is essentially boot polish in liquid form. I found it to be the best thing for cleaning up very, very old dirty toilets. And put a bit of a shine back on it, you know. In all directions. I don't know if you can see it, you can see the difference between what I've done and what I haven't is quite significant. You know, we did the door. This is falling apart already. Actually, I bought so many of these in one hit that I thought, you know, keep them in stock. And I bought, because I said to the guy, oh, do you have the Kiwi Shine and Protect? And he goes, yeah. I said, can I have 200, please? And he was, the phone went quiet for a little while. As he tried to figure out what the hell I was doing. He thought I was taking a piss or something. You said 200? Yep, 200 bottles, please. Perhaps he thought I was a millipede or something. I don't know. Right, it's round about now that the top sponge comes off this. Cutting out, I don't know. Well, there's a lot of fungal infection down here on the toilets that I had to get rid of. But it has marked it nonetheless. Looks okay. Bring it down to the bottom now. At least the front half of the synth anyway. It's a bit of a laborious job, but fortunately I've already done the lid. That's a dull task, it really is. Plus, you know damn well that that's the part of the 80 that's going to, you know, gets back in the studio and that goes and sits in a cupboard, never to be seen again, sort of thing. But paying to have the whole synth done, so there we go. Right. Let that dry out and it should match. See, that looks like brand new Tolex, isn't it? When we've done with 2 on. Shame it's... Oh, see, the top bit's come off. Actually, let's put this on one side. Let's get another bottle. One of absolutely fucking mini. Start up here again. Nobody come in yet. I imagine Robbie's busy this morning anyway. Imagine the first few days of the week. His day job will take a huge precedence. So, like I say, if you do have a synth with Tolex or an amp or a guitar case, doesn't matter, it's all the same bloody material. Kiwi boot polish, if you need to bring it back. You know, Marshall amps, because they used to do Marshall amps, didn't they, Tolex as well. Right, that's enough. I don't want to go too much in on go. Make sure I get around the back here. So when I do the back bit, when I lay her down, I don't have to go right down to the bloody carpet. Wobbly jobs. Just very lightly rub it. Now, to be honest with you, there's a great big lump of wood showing there where the Tolex is torn, and it's not looking very black, to say the least. So, we'll help it along. Thus. Right, well, there's a little bit there and all. Out of it there. Let that soak in. Oh no, wrong one. Oh. I mean, in all honesty, I can't see Steve Winwood staring at the bottom of his 80 for any length of time. He's going to be more interested in what it's doing and sounding like. So, as long as it's giving the impression of looking better, I'll be happy with that. It's going quite well so far. Well, I think the skip went this morning. Anyway. So that's out the door. I'd prefer it if he had it re-Tolex, but there you go. It certainly looked 1,000 times better than it did. Yes. Doing the front might be an issue. I might have to take the handles off to do the front. But I'll do that when it's on the deck. So we'll let that dry off before I put it on the ground. Yeah, that looks 100 times better. Good. Doesn't look like it's been suffering with the Ebola for about a month. And the door fits nice now. And the mechanism works. Because that was sort of like at a 45-degree angle and tilted inwards. Because they had the plug sitting on the outside, they put it down and the plugs push the door in. So that's come out all right. So let's show you all of it. Let it go. Pretty. Here he comes. Morning.
Hello. Oh,
Microphone in that bit.
how you doing?
Better now.
Because.
Oh, well, the tooth has stopped hurting.
Oh shit! Right.
You haven't been able to eat for like 10 days.
Oh, God.
I've been living on tomato soup.
Nice.
Minestrone.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it's fucking old and worn out, mate.
Fair enough.
It did abscess for a while. But like I say, I'm just used to it now.
No, you want to get it looked at.
I can't.
Why?
Because I can't get there and they will not come out.
Won't they? Why not?
I don't do that service in Surrey anymore.
Oh, Jesus.
You have to pay through the nose for it. And I'll be honest with you, I will say that if the dentist looked in my mouth, he'd just go, right, it's all this lot is coming out, mate. And then you have to wait for your gums to recede properly before they can give you dentures.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
So for 6 months, I'll be.
You'd be great at blowjobs, though.
I would, but I'm fucking ugly enough as it is without having no teeth. So I wouldn't get any offers anyway.
Ay. Oh dear.
Why? Do you want to book an appointment?
Well, I suppose if I close my eyes and think it's Fiona.
Well, if I put a blonde wig on or something.
Dear.
Yeah, so this goes tomorrow.
Oh, that's Steve's, is it?
Mm.
Oh, what the fuck am I doing, stupid cunt?
That's the question for the day, viewers.
So, does anybody know anything about ye olde smart media MMC cards and why one of them is readable by my Mac, by a Windows machine? It's completely there, it's absolutely fine, it's formatted and completely usable. But the minute I put it into the RS7000, it comes up as write protected. So the only way you can write protect the actual cards, on that little disc, you see that little circle?
Yeah.
You put a little sticker on there.
Yeah.
And that right protects it. Well, there's no sticker on there. There's nothing. It's clean and the contacts are all clean and everything, and it works absolutely fine.
What about the sensor for that particular function?
The what, sorry?
What about the sensor for that?
No, the card. No, I've got other MMC cards and they're absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. It's just this one particular 128 meg. Now, I read the manual, and the manual recommended the maximum size at the time, which was 64 meg. But I've also checked with other people, and they said, oh, yeah, no, 128 meg cards work absolutely fine. So it's probably these are known to fuck up. So it's probably just the card.
Basically, everything else can and does.
To be fair, when I bought it off the guy, he said it just comes with the original Yamaha card. So I thought, okay, fine. And when I opened the box, not only did it have the original card, but it had 2 extra cards, a 32 meg and a 128 meg.
Oh, nice.
And the 128 meg had data on it. Because I put it into my computer and extracted it along with all the other cards before I did anything, just to make sure I've got a backup of everything that came with it. But if I stick it into the 7000 and go format, it goes write protected. And
yeah.
I've used there's an application by the SD card forum, the official SD card people, and they do a thing called SD card formatter.
Yeah.
And formatted it, wiped it, removed the partition, so it's literally got nothing on it. Doesn't matter what I do, I just cannot get it to read in the RS7. It's no big deal.
Oh, okay.
I can buy another one if I need to, but I'm just puzzled by it.
If it might be prudent to do the back of this before I put it down. Yeah, maybe I will. Hang on. I'll just have to one side to do then when I do put it down. So what else has been going on for it, Matt?
Well, I say this arrived today, which I was amazed by. I ordered it at 7:15 on Sunday night, and it turns up at 10 o'clock this morning from Swansea.
Oh, if only everything could be like that.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Well, probably doesn't live very far away from you then.
No, Swansea, other side of the country.
Wow.
Actually, technically, in another country.
Well.
And it's packed within an inch of its life. There was no way it was going to get damaged in that box. It was a proper solid, like a banana box that had been sort of cut down a little bit, and you put the lid on, and there was tons of bubble wrap. So, yeah, brilliant. I mean, if only every eBay seller was like that.
Well, in that case, it's probably one of those sort of like very busy hubs.
Well, he's only sold 150 odd things. Doesn't seem to be a prolific seller, but it has 100% feedback, and so yeah, it's all good. It's all gravy.
But maybe as far as couriering is concerned, it's an extremely heavily used route. So therefore, things turned up very quickly.
I imagine, yeah. I mean,
it's that kind of thing.
It went from Swansea to Chelmsford.
Yeah.
I know Chelmsford is one of the big hubs, certainly for this region.
Chelmsford's Essex, isn't it?
Yeah. It's about, I don't know, 45 minutes.
I can't remember why.
It's not. It's all right. I mean, you've got the county ground cricket there for Essex cricket, and
no, when the Chelmsford. What is Chelmsford? Oh, I know. We used to go go-kart racing in Chelmsford. There used to be a go-kart track there. When I used to have I had a 210cc Villiers go-kart. We used to go racing up there.
Nice.
I was much younger, obviously.
Much.
That was fucking good, mate, I tell you. And then the Yamaha 250 guys came along. They had more speed, more power. Right, here we go then. You out of the way? Yeah, good girl. You know to get out of the way, don't you?
As one comes down, another one appears at the back.
Yeah. Oh, they just keep showing up, mate.
Yeah, they're breeding.
Oh. Well, I don't mind if it's putting serious pennies in the bank.
Well, this is it.
It's just when they're not. That one is a hyper dog. Seriously, 10 years ago, I would have offered the guy 500 quid for it and broke out for spares.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. He wants to be a dick. Why do you want to be a dick? Oh, okay. Yes, it wants to be a dick. Where's my panel, Heather? Yeah. Ta-da! Right. Here we go. You don't see many with the music stand, I'll tell you that.
I was just about to say, nice to see the music stand in
Yeah.
there.
And the legs for this, on the 60, the legs come in the lid.
Right.
On the 80, you have this, and then you have this huge red bag with Yamaha written on it, the legs go in. And it's just too hard for the centre joining. And you know, the big hand screw things. And that would also contain the pedal and the expression pedal. And I got one of them somewhere. See, they're rare as well. You know? I got husky hair all over the ribbon controller. Which is one of the things I was also needed to make sure was addressed before they collected it. Because I think they want to turn it on and play it, not throw a tennis ball with it. Do you know what I mean? So all the marks on the keys have gone. It's amazing what a little bit of teacup will do. Although it's just as well because I have to buy another polisher. I'll show you actually. I forgot it. No, here we go.
Jesus.
That's all that's left of the polishing base. Fucker. Jeez. What an arse, sir. Okay, so what we will do is open her up, finish off the top of the case. I've got to take these handles off so I can black the front of this. I might give the chrome a little bit of going over as well. Not fantastic. And yeah, and then turn it on, see how it's running, make sure everything's doing everything it's supposed to do, and Bob's your auntie. And then I'll look at that Kurtz file next. And we play Guess the Fault. Because as I was telling people in the chat earlier, the girl who owns it doesn't speak a word of English.
Okay.
And the husband knew the word audio, not display, and yes. So we pieced together by pointing at things and trying to do lots of hand gestures,
Mm.
is that she turns it on and it works. Another time she turns it on, display doesn't light up, nothing happens. Turn it on again, it works.
Mm.
So intermittent powering up.
Could be anything.
Yeah, it could be anything, but they're desperate to get it done. And they phoned early this morning, and in the time it took me to get up, put jeans and t-shirt on, and come downstairs to the phone, they had called 4 times.
Jesus.
So they were very, very desperate to get it seen. But the phone call lasted about 5 minutes as he tried to explain, because I said, what synth is it? And Kurzweil is not an easy word to say, apparently, if you're Japanese. So... But like we've said before, isn't it? It's sort of like the 2 letters that Japanese people have trouble pronouncing is R and L, and yet there's a Japanese company called Roland
or Lowrand,
yeah. Mind you, I suppose they don't say that in Japanese, do they? It's probably something completely different. Fiona's out on the veranda in just a t-shirt. How come your hair stayed purple so long?
Which hair?
Naturally purple.
Because it's naturally purple.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's that? That's the oxygen in it, is it?
Because I is a witch.
You is a witch. Well, make up your mind. Witch. Yeah, well, come and cast a spell on this bloody thing, will you? Cast a spell on this thing. Go, work, work, work. Yeah. And then this clock. I think I found out which cog is causing the issue, but I'm not sure why it's there. Well, how do I put this?
The clock maker put it there.
The cog has a very tiny spring-loaded little piece of plastic that sits into a cog, right? If you pull that cog back as far as it goes, because it will only go so far, right? The clock runs, and then it reaches a contact point and doesn't disengage. It locks it, and there's 2 electrical connections, and when they connect, the clock stops. And go, so why is that there? Because the idea behind a clock is that it carries on working. Because that's how you keep good time. So, do you think you could do me a small task today?
No.
Good.
What is the task I'm not doing?
Go on the net and have a look and see if you can find some sort of service manual, shall we say, for this. Because what one is it? What's it called? Cougar. See if you can find some sort of service manual for that thing. So if I can identify what that particular cog is supposed to do and why it locks itself in position and stops the clock, that would be great. Because it looks like it actually just shorts out the power to it when it engages, which is just stupid. So you can push it back and it starts running again.
Oh yeah.
And all the 12-volt does is just put like a little tension link, like a pendulum would. And that's all it does, because it uses, according to the bench power supply, not even 2 milliamps. It's like nothing. But I don't get it, because I need to get this working, then I can put the center console back together. Enema who? Scrooping driver. Let's go and take this, open this up, and move on. What? Your mother of pearl. Lovely. Cool. I'll put it in the screw. Crap. Jesus Christ, how long are these? There we go. Oh, it's you. What are you after, little dog? Eh? What are you after, you little moo? You're being smoky. You're being smoky. You're after me. Getting on your face, mate. Oh, Christ. Oh. That's too many. Okay. Let's get it plugged in, audioed up, and see what's going on. Yeah, the bloke come to collect the skip this morning. He says to me, "You going to want it back at any point?" I went, "Yeah." I said, "I've got another horror film to make for a friend of mine on the internet." Look at the fun, what am I looking for? Audio. Ow. Right, which? Oh, I can. Oh, hang on. If I see audio tape, yeah. Where are you going? Two identical looking audio tables. One's in and one's out. Right. Let's see if it's gone for a walk since it's been sitting in the hot and the cold of day and night. Oh, it's come on. No smoke. Something there. What, you want to do it? You want to test the 80 for me? I'd be really happy actually, but you should be so kind. Those testing doesn't mean pissing on it and see if it blows up or not. Eh? He's a beautiful cutie. Hey, wagging your tail like a crazy girl. What? Oh, hello. This is going to be the weirdest jam session ever. Are you done now? Is that enough smooching? Hmm?
It's very much, the presets are very much of their time.
Yeah, I've had a couple of adverts with that in it.
Yeah. But it's in remarkable condition.
Yes.
For something that's 24 years old.
Yeah, I think it spent an awful lot of time sitting very quietly in a cupboard somewhere.
Yeah.
up. There's no voices 6.5 octaves out or anything. Yeah, I can see how useful that's going to be in your studio.
Well, it's when you start doing the, emptying it out and start putting your own shit in there. I mean, it's got like over 1,000 AWM sample sounds in there, plus 64 drum kits, and you can put your own samples in there as well. Yeah, it's pretty capable.
Come on, come up into tune, you little bitch, on your own, without me having to touch you, that is. Right, I need to do all this, don't I? I'm trying to remember. I think I have to lift the keyboard to take the handles off. Got nuts on the inside. Oh, fuck it. Alright, we've got to do it. It is what it is. There's pipe in there. We've got to do it. But like I said last night, the money's already gone.
Yeah.
But I promised her.
Indeed, you did.
No, I didn't promise her. It was my idea, actually. Now I come to think about it. Because she's going, no, it'll be alright, it'll be alright. I said, no, it's not alright. The more money you have in the savings, the more interest you have, the more money you'll have when you're old and infirm, which with her is what? Tomorrow. So I'd only spend it on something fucking stupid, wouldn't I?
True.
All right. Let's look at my previous.
You have form. You have form.
I do indeed.
Yes.
It'd be like me buying a holiday in Mallorca. So give it a few more minutes, and while it's warming, I'll lift all this shite out as well. I've got to lift the rack, haven't I? Come on, go! Up you go. Both sides. Cool. On the later models, they did this thing weird, but what it is, they made a cutout in the on-off panel here, right? So you could get to the keyboard screw without having to take this off.
Right.
The thing is, you can't lift the keyboard up with that on, or that one. I'm still just going, why did they do that? Unless you put that on and you've forgotten to put the keyboard screw in, or you want to adjust the keyboard after you fit the end panels on, and then you've got access to the screws. But I've never needed that facility ever.
No.
So I don't know. It just seems a little odd. Right. Right, the screws underneath. Ooh, Your mother of pearl. Right, quick, get that one. Oh, go in here, hold it, fucker. Come on. Down. Actually, I had a text who was still in main names. He said to me once, he goes, how the hell? Shall I take this bit of solder out of it?
Might help.
Just sticking out one of the voice cards. But, if you said, he said, you work on CS80s alone? Yeah. It was, how? I go, well, it seems easy. You just don't have anybody else in the workshop with you.
Works every time.
Yeah. And he says, oh no, he says, I always have to have an assistant to help me, like, you know, getting the mod panel off and stuff like that. Okay. Fine. Lovely. Right, look at that. No, because why? There's one in the centre that we put in. We pulled that one out. Fucking hell. It's much further back, so you have to lift it higher. Here. Fuck pig. Come on. Oh, wait. There it goes. Mind your ass, girl. Mind. No, it's mine out. All together. Right, which one? Get that in position. Bonnet stay. Where is it? See, I put an extra hole down here. There you go. Because here, it's not high enough. Not work properly, but it's sort of like sitting in your field of view. You always drill a third hole down here. For that very reason. Yes, of course it's bolted in, isn't it? Actually, I hope. I'm hoping that Fiona's finished with my Dremel. See if I can do this by holding the nut. Yeah, there we go. We won't work this one because it's too nuts. Because that's where the earth strap goes to the handle. So if there is a short, when you go to move the AT, you will electrocute it.
Well, I'll be.
These chrome bits, clean them up with the Dremel. They look like bloody brand new. Might ask them for more money.
Oh, yeah. I just learned that this thing responds to polyphonic aftertouch.
It don't. Bloody hell. And what's that, 90s?
2001.
Oh, okay. Well, even then, Poly AT was not exactly high on the bloody list of facilities for stuff, was it? That's what the Oasis needed. That had a polyphonic uptake keyboard on it. Holy shit. That would be today's classic. You know, today's 80, as it were.
Yeah.
Or it's not. I might have to do a final tune on it after all. But hey, oh, don't come out too fast.
I found something on antique clocks.
Yeah.
Car clocks. You can burn out the solenoid.
I don't think it's burned out because I'm getting
separated.
Yeah.
And but you better watch it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I use the bench power supply and brought it up slow anyway.
He talks. Some work on 6 volts, some on 12.
Well, it's connected to a car battery. So that one was pretty solid to start with, to be honest.
Goes clunk and then it works.
Yeah. But nothing about what this cog is with the little lever on it that then engages and stops the clock. What the fuck that's
Yeah,
for.
they're supposed to be open.
Yeah, but when it's running, it turns and then locks up again. Like it's done here.
If I were you, I'd watch the thing.
I will. I will.
It's about antique car clocks.
Yeah.
How to fix them.
Okay, Coke.
It's not exactly that cog.
Because I was wondering if it might be a case of it hasn't freed itself enough at the moment and it's being dragged back by the actual mechanism. Because if I move it out of the way, it starts working again. No problem.
I think from what he's on this particular one, you pass the current and that opens it.
But that's what it appears to be, like a contact. So when it comes round and it reaches the other carbon contact, it earths out the coil.
Yeah.
And stops the clock.
And then a pulse goes and it opens it. I don't know.
Okay, I'll watch the video and we'll decipher from that.
But I can't find anything specifically on that clock.
Okay. So you bookmark that, did you?
Yeah.
All right, thanks, darling. We can have a look at that tonight. Cool. Do you know what? Once this stuff's gone on, it looks absolutely brand new.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got to do this side. The side it was sitting on. From now in the bag. Do you actually have any idea as to what it is you want to actually do as a track for this PB12 challenge?
Not really, no.
Well.
I'm open to suggestion.
I see. We'll have to have a little brainstorm one evening or something.
Yeah.
So Now might not be a good time for me to say Alexa lights off. For the sound of it. Might be what they call a pranked. Oh.
Gotcha. Yeah, bastard.
Fucking brand new. Absolutely gorgeous.
I need to get
Bloody lovely.
Right.
Oh.
Look at this little treasure trove.
What is that?
Memory.
Wow.
All
different
lots
configurations and stuff, yeah?
all sorts. DIMMs, SIMs, different sizes.
Well, like
capacities.
30p.
I've got
30p
mate.
steams in there.
What have we got here?
Oh, leave me alone. Lily, leave me alone.
Don't know if I've got any 30. I've got. The thing is, I've got a massive bag load of stuff.
What's she done with my sink?
What is that? 128 meg. The thing is, what I need is 32 meg. Yeah. Got loads of like big stuff, but
I've got the dreadful. I've got the wire brush. But this woman hasn't got her insert. Why is that?
look at all those. Look, Kent.
What?
Look at that lot.
Bloody hell.
And these are. Jesus, no my
Does
glasses.
the word hoarder mean anything to you?
Yeah,
Does it register at all?
I am often called that.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's a godsend, isn't it?
Well, basically, if I ever take old RAM out of a machine to upgrade it, which I haven't done in a long while because I haven't needed to,
Yeah.
I keep the old stuff because you never know. And then a little while before I left, see that's half a gig. A little while before I left a particular company, they'd upgraded a whole bunch of machines and took the old ones out, and they remove all the hard drives because it's all government stuff, so they get crushed and destroyed. But they said anybody that wants a PC without a hard drive, go and help yourself. They're in the warehouse. So we used to go. One day I just went in there. I thought, oh, nobody else has been in. I'll have a lot of this, And
Oh, cool.
ended up with 3 or 4 PCs at home, and I gave a couple away to friends or relatives.
Yeah.
And I kept a couple back. Eventually, I never used them. I got rid, and but I took all the RAM out because I thought that will almost certainly at some point come in useful. Maybe an old piece of music gear.
Yeah.
I fear that the RAM that is required in the RS7000, it can go up to a maximum of 64 gig, basically 2 times 2 times 32.
Right.
Unfortunately, all of this seems to be at minimum 256 or 512.
Oh. So we probably won't recognise it as such.
It's kind of like it's too damn good.
Yeah. All right. Now, Madam has swapped over my Dremel insert because she was using
512, 512.
something. to require the larger shaft, and now I don't know where the old insert is. Bevo, did you change over the insert on the Dremel? But it's got a different one. It's got a black one instead of the normal brass one. Well, where's the one that was originally in it then? I didn't change it. For what reason? For what reason? I've had the same insert in it for like 20 years.
28, 28.
It was when I was doing the ashtray. I was getting the rust off the ashtray.
Oh, okay.
You changed. You had a look. You put a bigger thingy on for me.
But these are smaller shafts, so why would I put a bigger one in? And these are the only ones we got. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, you did it in there with things what are in there.
Things what are in there.
And then I went and used it, and then I brought it back.
All right, well, where's the Dremel tape? The aluminium plug paper.
No. We couldn't find it.
It's always... Okay.
Oh.
I didn't seem to have these problems before I went out with you. I'm not saying that it's you.
Yes, you
But
are.
it's you.
But it's you.
I didn't have these problems before I went out with you either. With her.
There was a lot of problems you didn't have before you.
This is true.
On so many. In the big toolbox.
Where's the camera? Got a camera?
There's one there. There's one in the other.
Oh, great.
Why? They're not in it. Well, the legs were. Oh, sometimes I feel quite happy to drink it.
Right.
The cake. I bet she's got the bloody Dremel cake. Yeah, I bet you got Dremel cases up on her bench. Little move.
It's all too big. It's all too feckin' big. Who'd have thunk? Right, 32 megabyte, 72 pin sim. What are we looking at? Oh, it's not too bad. pins, 79 seconds less. 32.
Right. So I'm going to have to do it manually like a peasant. How's it going there, guys? How's it going your end?
I've been through all of that RAM, and it's all too big.
That is unfortunate.
So that's all right. I'm finding some stuff on eBay.
Yeah. It's not massively sought after, is it? It might be too expensive. Or is it? God, this would be much better if it was Dremel. It's not fun. Well, Mum, I'm going to keep stabbing myself with the brush. You know, these customers have no idea of the level of work goes in. They just see the price. Go, oh, that's expensive. Well, except the top customers, they don't give a fuck what it is. Which is fine by me.
Right, well, I've made an offer on a couple of sticks of 32 meg, 36 quid.
Yeah, not an outright buy.
Well, I just thought I'd chance it. They're asking like £21 a stick. I thought, well, if I offer them 18 a stick, give it a go. They can only say no.
Sure enough. Shiny. Right, one more. Yeah, still would have been better using a Dremel. Sometimes you can get rid of the blemishes within the chrome. I suppose Matt's up to his eyeballs with different things to get on with today as well.
Yeah, I guess so.
So okie coke. Right, these handles are slightly grubby.
preparing myself for a large financial shock later today.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've been collecting all these the David Bowie legacy box sets that they've been doing, which are all of the studio albums remastered and repressed into really, really good quality box sets. But they're not cheap. And every time they've released one, they've got more and more expensive. I think the last one was 300 and something. And we've been waiting for years for what we think will be the final one, because they'll be doing them in eras, so they go from like 69 to 74 or 75 and then 76 to whatever.
Yeah.
And we think this is going to be the last one. And the last few days, the website has been posting these clips, and they're clips from each of the preceding box sets. And today's the day we think they're going to announce this box set. And I'm just going to go, oh fuck.
I see.
Because now I've got all of them, I've got to have this one. So.
Oh, hello.
G'day.
Don't mention how the British Lions took them to the cleaners over the weekend.
Or the fact he's only coming out of one side.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Hang on, let me fix that.
You're only on the right side.
All right, dear.
Good.
Good.
Take stereo. Should I take stereo off?
Right, I need the Peterson.
Better?
There you go.
Oh, 12 points.
The British Lions were training at my son's school a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Saw them running around.
Well, we'll see what the next game's like. Well done. We're going out to play. I think they played Argentina over the weekend. They were a little bit out of their depth. Poor old Argentina. Yes, Siri, I know, but I need to know where the other end of the plug is, dear.
That was a bit weird before. I was trying to get my camera to work, and it just the drop down, where you select your camera.
Yeah.
I use Google Chrome. Just Windows too, by the way. It just wouldn't let it. It would let me select it, but then the drop down would disappear, and it would go back to the previous camera that was already there.
Hello.
That's weird.
Tried all sorts of stuff, but I don't know. I don't know what I did. I went into the settings. All the settings were correct, and I just clicked on it even though it was already clicked on, and it worked.
Very strange.
It's just weird.
Hey, Kent, they accepted my offer.
Have they really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Another bargain.
You and your bargains. Well done.
I know, right?
What'd you buy now?
I've just bought some RAM for this Yamaha RS7000 because I've got a box full, an absolute ton of memory sticks from all old computers and stuff, and none of them are old enough to be 32 gigabyte SIMs. They're all like sort of 128 upwards, so I just had to buy a couple of sticks off of eBay. Hopefully, fingers crossed. They'll be okay. It's a company actually, it's rather than an individual seller, and they give you a 3-month warranty, so that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Out your way, Kent, a place called Analogic Computers in Kingston upon Thames.
Oh, I know Analogic, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to buy all my ST upgrades and stuff from Analogic.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, they're still there.
Yeah. Ordered by 3 p.m. for same day dispatch. Could be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bargain.
Can't be
Then
bad.
Do some proper sampling on this.
I did a clean out of a whole bunch of IT stuff a few years back. I had in my garage, I got a storeroom at the back, and I just cleaned out a whole bunch of stuff. There was servers in there. There was a whole bunch of stuff that dated back to early 2000s. But I figured that it's not going to be retro yet for another 20 years. So I didn't care about it. And I've got a drawer inside here which has still got some old RAM in it. But even that, like you said, Robbie, it's not like 80s or 90s. You know, it's always 2000s or mid 2000s, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So it won't be old enough. About the only thing that's useful for is things like NPCs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I got into retro computing probably before the retro computing wave hit, and I had Commodore 64s and still got them. They're sitting over there. And I remember trying to get them all fixed, and it was a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. You couldn't get this, like a lot of the Commodore chips. They don't make them anymore. They didn't back then. They're starting to remake them now because it's becoming popular. But you couldn't get, you know, anything. And then eventually things like they started doing modern versions of SID chips and things like that. So
yeah,
quite interesting, but expensive.
BG Ollie sent me a Commodore 64 a few years ago, and I think that's got one of those replacement SID chips in. But I haven't got a power supply for it, so I haven't been able to test it. But
Oh, you can make your own.
oh yeah, I just never got around to doing it.
One of those little Meanwell power supplies from
Yeah.
China does the job.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
here we go then.
The Commodore did this thing with their power supplies where they literally filled the thing up with resin,
Yes.
and then they put it inside a little plastic box.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
even if your power supply was, you'd never be able to fix it because you'd have to be chipping away at the resin to fix it.
I remember back in the day, sometime in the 80s, one of my friends decided he wanted to look inside the power supply of his Commodore 64, and it was the beige wedge thing,
Oh yeah, I remember it.
He opened it up, and like you say, it was just this solid lump of resin, and we're like, oh, we can't do anything with that. We can't figure that out. So we just stuck it back together, and again,
Well,
that was
back
that.
in those days, a lot of that used to be more for copy protection.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Weirdly.
Well, I read that it was something to do with them making sure that some of the components didn't move over time, and they wanted it to stop, overheating, and there was all sorts of weird stuff. Well, most of it's probably bullshit. But I actually did have a friend who pulled one apart and got a chisel and started chipping away to see if he could get. I don't think he was successful. I think he started chipping into the side of capacitors and stuff. I don't think it was kind of
where everything is. Yeah.
Yeah. You literally would be like one of those people who find dinosaur bones.
Yeah.
You'd be like,
With a little brush.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not far off there. Well, this one's a look, maybe 4.
Fucking thing.
Nailed.
I was reading this interesting post by Dr. Mix the other day, where someone, I think he probably gets asked this question a lot, and someone asked him, and I think it was like, I'm going to answer it. I'm sick of getting people asking me this question. So someone asked, how can you afford all the synths, mate? Seriously, how can you afford all those synths that you get? Because he gets hold of some pretty decent synths, and some of them would be pretty pricey because they're quite retro. And he was honest. He said, look, guys, I don't own them. Some of them I have to give back. Some of them are on loan. They're friends. Some of them I'll just actually rent. I'll rent it for a week from whoever owns it, and then I'll make patch libraries, or I'll do sampling on it, and I'll sell that on my website. And while I'm there, I might as well do some video content with it.
Makes
And
sense.
he's pretty successful with his videos. He does some pretty good things.
And he's got isn't he got a course or stuff that he sells, and
Yeah.
and he's a gigging musician.
He's into that sort of Italian sort of disco sort of theme though, which is
it does a lot of jazz fusion as well, I think.
Yeah.
Have we ever had him on the show?
No, I've asked him and never ever got an answer. Never
he's
replied.
Untouchable.
Yeah, but now I'm part of the show. He'll probably listen.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if you want something fixed, you might. Yeah.
I love how he goes, oh yeah. Like, you go, ooh.
Oh, that's a good one. I'll record that one.
Okay, now. Fuck off, I haven't looked at it yet. Alright. Right, this is
123.
absolutely spot on. Little beauty. Number 2, yep. Number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 1.
Kent, is this still Mr. Winwood's?
Yeah, she's going tomorrow, so I'm just getting top and tailing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Absolutely rock steady.
That's good.
That is good.
That's what the actress said to the bishop.
Right. What are we doing?
1. We stay there with it. Yeah, so that quadriverb I bought on eBay,
Oh yeah.
so I could properly test 80s down here. Doesn't work.
It what? Sorry.
Doesn't work.
No, you
Oh,
said.
really? That sucks.
Yeah.
It's digital too, isn't it, that thing?
Yeah.
So, have you had a chance to look at why it doesn't work, or you just plugged it in, turned it on?
No, I just put it to one side with disgust.
And you weren't going to buy it either, remember?
I know.
Ah, well.
The thing that annoys me, I could probably get by with using the Strymon Blue Sky or Big Sky. And it's in here somewhere, I still can't find it.
Yeah. Sucks when they disappear. It was like me trying to find that module the other day. I spent about a week trying to find a module, and I have a system for putting my modules away. I put them in my drawers here, literally right next to me here, and I put them back in their boxes. But this particular one, I must have, been lazy on the day when I was putting it somewhere, and I've got a bunch of gear over there behind that desk there. That's all sort of stuff that's going to go. It's stuff that I don't want anymore. And there's an old Eurorack case. It's an old Arturia rack brute case sitting over there. And the module was sitting in the rack brute case, which is completely the last place you'd look.
The last place you look.
But it took me a week to find it.
Yeah, well, it happens, mate. A lot.
I think it's happening more as I get older.
Yeah. It's like I had a chap here over the weekend, and he goes, oh, can I have my Juno 6 as well? And I went, Juno 6? I started hunting, I couldn't find a Juno 6 either. Eventually found it in a black case with Jupiter 8 written on it.
So it's good to label things properly.
Properly, yeah.
Just want to try and find that thing of mine. Hang on a sec.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Can you see when... Oh, Jesus. Back in a sec.
Don't lose your NPC 1, Steve. Tell you what though, if you haven't done it yet, chuck the new firmware on. It's actually pretty good.
You know, it's one thing I'm constantly
very impressed.
Forgetting to do is update firmwares and things like that. It never occurs to me to go and check on things like that.
It's not hard to forget, man, because especially if you've got a lot of gear.
Yeah. But I think the biggest pain is the software, really. You forgetting to go and check. I think the only time I do is when I update the OS or there's some form of update on the Mac. And then I fire up something that doesn't work properly, and then I go looking.
Yeah, I keep getting
ain't broke, don't fix. Don't fix it. Ain't broke kind of sort of philosophy, I suppose.
Well, this is the thing. My Mac keeps asking me to upgrade to Sequoia.
Yeah.
I just won't do it at the moment because the last time I did like a complete OS update, I use this Mac for music, so half of the stuff my music doesn't work. And unless I know for a fact that all the plugins and VFTs and software that I use works, I won't do it. Because if it ain't broke, it's working fine at the moment. Yeah. I know there's going to be a point where I'm going to have to, but...
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like I say, if it ain't broke, I try and fix it. Right, that's bank 1. Bank 2.
Yeah, I heard Roland haven't quite got on board yet with Sequoia 2 WAGs, so... So Steve, you reckon you've had no problems with it? Interesting.
You think though, with a subscription thing like that, they'd be more on the ball?
Well, they have to be, because they have to be. I mean, Sequoia's been around for a while now.
Yeah.
I think it might even be like 12 months old. When did Sequoia come out?
Last year.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's about 12 months old.
Yeah, because if
2024, yeah.
Yeah, well, if some chappie updates his Mac and then suddenly he's got loads of problems with his Roland Cloud, he's not going to see some form of reparation for that, is he?
True, yeah.
So he's going to be paying for stuff he can't use.
I just hate it how Roland have to have a different driver for each bloody device.
Really?
It's really frustrating. Like they should have. I'm sure they've done it before, but like say you want to plug your JDXI or you might have a System 8 or something like that. Say you want to plug all those things directly into your Mac just with the USB.
Yeah.
You got to have an actual driver for each one of those. It's annoying.
Seems wasteful.
Well, I like what Akai did. Akai said, we're going to have this thing called a network driver. And if you've got an Akai MPC or a Force or anything that uses their network system, that you just need the network driver, it'll pick it up.
Weird. Oh. Right, here we go again.
I mean, either that or just do class compliant. Hello.
Yeah, well, I need that one. Come on, BCO1B. Good girl. I've got a horrible feeling I'm going to have to seal these pots. They're far too sloppy. Trimmers, right? Because I'll wheel this up to the house and it'll be out of tune again. It's going halfway across the bleeding countryside. That don't bode well, is
I went to a soccer game the other day.
it? Mm-hmm.
A football game, as we should call it properly. And
Australian football?
Yep. The round football.
Yeah, not the bloody egg-shaped thing. Bloody egg chasers.
And it was the Aussie women, they call them the Matildas, versus Slovenia.
Alright.
Great game. Got a goal early. They were in front. They had probably 90% possession the whole game. And about the 89th minute, Slovenia got a goal and drew it with them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they were literally the underdogs, the Slovenians. You could see. But just that typical Aussie friggin', cockiness that they got in their head. They thought, yeah, we've got this. This is easy.
Yeah.
They let their guard down. They did a few subs and bang, they got a goal.
Oops.
It just it makes you laugh.
Oops. Yeah, because Fiona likes watching her Australian football. And I've watched quite a few games with her. I still don't understand the rules.
Who does she go for?
I think she's a Brumbies girl.
Oh, you mean the rugby?
Well, yeah, the American football, the Australian football, but not rugby. Oh no, because the Brumbies are actual rugby team, aren't they?
Yeah, Brumbies are a rugby team.
Who the hell was it? Oh,
Yeah,
it's one of the. It was a Sydney team anyway.
Sydney's the Swans.
Oh, that sounds.
They're called the Swans. They're red and white.
Yeah, that sounds like them.
The Brisbane team's called the Lions. If you're talking about Aussie rules. She was a Queenslander, wasn't she?
I thought she was a Sydney girl. That's where she lives.
Sydney
anyway.
girl? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
New South Wales. So she's probably Swans.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, they won on the weekend.
Yeah.
They beat
I
Fremantle.
still don't get the rules of it.
Oh, it's nothing to understand. It's just chaos.
Well, it's like
Just run around
like a
with
guy
a
will kick the
pill-shaped ball
ball.
and crash into
A
each
guy will
other.
kick the ball, right? A guy catches it, runs with it and kicks it again, and then the ref calls it, and they go, "Oh, that's a penalty." Why? What was different from the last time he did it?
Holding the ball.
Like, what?
it's a terrible rule. Holding the ball. It's a pretty weird game.
It's oval, isn't it? It's an oval pitch.
Yeah. It's like Gaelic football.
Yeah. And I don't understand that either.
Well, the only difference between the two is the Gaelic football, they have the round ball.
Yeah.
And they still have a soccer goal, don't they? I think they still have a soccer goal, but they can kick it above the soccer goal as well.
Yeah.
Which is a bit weird.
Life, mate.
But yeah, you can. I don't know. I don't. One thing I don't like about Aussie rules is you could just park yourself up near the goals, and all they have to do is someone has to kick it to you, and you bang, slot it in.
And then just bang it in.
And most other sports won't let you do that.
Yeah.
Because you have offside.
You couldn't loiter like that in rugby. You'd be offside.
Exactly.
But if there's one sport you did invent that I love to death, it's V8 supercars.
Oh, they've killed it though.
Have they?
Well, it's still there, but I don't know. Like, bring back the Falcon and the Commodore.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Because it's mostly Muzzies now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's like Mercedes in there, and
yeah,
freaking. Well, the what's that Yank thing? The starts with the C. Ah, what's it called?
Won't be the Chrysler, will it?
No. Camaro.
Oh, right, okay.
Those things are extremely expensive to buy.
Yeah.
So it's what originally what it was supposed to be was V8s that the common man could afford, racing against each other.
Yeah.
Which I think is actually it was a really good idea, because then people can relate.
Yeah.
And then you'd get your petrol heads like me, who'd go and soup up their car.
Yeah.
They'd watch a race and they'd get inspired and they'd go and soup up their car, change their exhaust manifold or something. But now it's like I said, it's Camaros and Mercedes and cars that
what's the name of the track?
Affordable.
Robbie, our favourite track.
I don't know.
You know the one that goes up the hill, and then you got that complex, and then down and round again.
What, Bathurst?
Bathurst? You mean Bathurst?
Bathurst.
It's here, Bathurst, darling.
It's spelled Bathurst. No, that's not up the hill, is it?
That's up the hill. That's got Mount Panorama on it.
Yeah.
Mount Panorama.
That's Bathurst.
That's girl. Yeah. That is my favourite track on the planet.
Oh, it's a good track.
Hatch.
I like Brands Hatch too.
Yeah. But I mean, here now you have to wait for things like Festival of Speed before you see everyday cars racing against each other.
You guys have got that. Isn't it the Isle of Wight one? The rally that goes to the Isle of Wight.
Oh.
I don't think there's anything on the Isle of Wight. You've got the Isle of Man TT.
Mate, is it the Isle of Man? Okay, sorry.
That's
probably.
But that's motorcycles. That's not cars.
No, it's not that then.
That was designed just to kill people.
Yeah.
No, this is definitely a motor car one.
Oh, okay.
And it was more common, like a more common sort of vehicle type thing.
Well, we used to have a thing that, what was it, the Lombard, didn't we? Lombard Rally.
Lombard Rally, yeah, but that was part of the World Rally Championships.
Let me find out what this was called. Maybe it's not done anymore.
Back in the good old days when we used to have Simcas and Escorts and what have you. Christ, where do they get these VCOs from? Drift Limited.
I thought it was the Isle of Wight, as in WIGHT.
There is an Isle of Wight.
Yeah.
But
I thought there was a rally on there, and part of it was that they did the island. Let me just check this.
I don't recall.
Oh, no, that's not right.
I just googled it. I don't know what the Weaver Brothers is, but that's what's coming up.
No idea.
Yeah.
Right, so voice 8 on bank 2, I'm going to have to keep an eye on. That's moved more than is normally acceptable.
You can take your Morris Minor on a rally on the Isle of Wight. Jeez, that would be...
Wouldn't take my old one.
Hang on, boys, just jump off the track. Wait a minute, there it goes.
Hey, don't knock the A series.
I can't remember what it was called. Maybe it's not done anymore, but there was
So
definitely...
why did Holden and Commodore pull out of V8 Supercar Sim?
well, Holden's pretty much is owned by General Motors, which is an American company, and the Australian government said, we're not going to give you any more money to keep you afloat for making cars in Australia, and so General Motors said, well, bye. And that was
DeLorean
2017.
Yeah.
2017 or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's the same
It's a
with
while
DeLorean.
now.
We paid for DeLorean, really. Hardly any ever saw any here. Have you ever seen DeLorean in the flesh, Rob?
Yeah.
In the UK?
Yes. I've seen the actual Back to the Future one.
Oh, okay.
But I've also seen one here in the UK, just like a regular one at. It was some car show. Can't remember now, but they're
but we
they're pretty
financed
few and far
that.
between. Sorry,
We financed that.
well, I know we did, and then got ripped off by the cunt. So
He's building in Northern Ireland, wasn't he?
yeah,
There's a DeLorean that lives around the street here. I've seen it heaps of times.
Yeah.
Literally the 80s one. And it's not all souped up. It's just stock standard. But it's silver, and it looks like, you could probably put all the bits and pieces on it and turn it into the Back to the Future one. No one would know. Because everything about it looks right.
Yeah.
Just that he hasn't touched it. It's just stock.
Well,
And
it wasn't particularly a great
blowing a
one.
bit of blue smoke
Mm.
out of the back of the tailpipe. Every time he hits the accelerator, a bit of blue smoke comes out the back of it.
Right.
when I was in LA some while ago, I was with Math and Tara, and we were driving around and we saw one just a regular one parked up on the side of the street somewhere in LA, which was kind of cool to see in America. I think that was the same day they took me to some of the movie locations for Back to the Future, where they like the tunnel, the tunnel when he's on the hoverboard trying to get the almanac.
Yeah.
That's Griffith Park Observatory, and then a bit round the corner from that is the place where Marty backs up the DeLorean in the first film to do his run to get back to the future. That was quite cool.
Oh, on the main street.
Yeah, but it's not. So the film set for the main street is actually at Universal, at the film studios, but they backed up. There's a street that's just as you head up to Griffith Park Observatory. It's this long straight road, and that's where they did the first shot, and then they just made it look like he was going into the main town square,
going past the clock tower.
Yeah, and that was I've been to the clock tower as well, because we went on a Universal tour, and we're driving, on this little kind of bus thing with no windows, and we drove past like a storage area where they keep a lot of the outdoor storage stuff. And as we're driving past, there are the two gates that say Lions Estates, which is the housing development that's either not built or fully built or modernised in whichever film you're watching. And so we're going around. Eventually, we come around the corner, and just as we come past this big facade, and you come around the corner and you look to your left, and there it is. There's the clock tower, and there's the the green, and you're in that market. It's been used in so many films, so many TV shows. They just dress it up slightly differently, but yeah. we were there. It was that's where it all was. It was rather cool. And then the next thing is we go into this, to the side of one of the build where Cafe 80s is. The thing goes beside that, and then these doors open, and then you're taken into the earthquake ride, of all things. And then you start going around. Yeah, that's rather cool. But that was a long time ago. Let's go on here. Right, I've just got to hop off and have a chat with one of my work colleagues. I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, I did. I think that is good enough for jazz. Let's have a quick butcher this thing. See what we've got.
Yeah.
And yet you take your key off and it stops doing it.
What is that?
Huh?
What is that?
What?
It's almost like it's got a modulation on it.
Yeah.
Or is it slightly going out of tune? Is that what it's doing?
It could be slightly drifting off, but then
it's hard to tell on compressed audio.
Which was on bank A. That says C sharp. Identifier.
Yeah.
It's bloody 8.
Sounds like Bonnie snoring.
There you go.
Yeah, that's drifting.
This time round, it's not out tune.
It's not the aftertouch kicking in.
No, because it's not moving pitch.
Okay.
But you play single notes. Barry.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be anything to do with physical tuning, but more scaling.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's not getting the right voltage, I reckon.
Well, it doesn't make sense because let's try again. 2.8. That's not 8. Which one are you? Right, it's 1. Do them all day long, it's fine. Alright, so if I hold. I'll try to do the voice.
It's back.
Yeah, it's definitely bank 1.
Put the multimeter on it, see what it changes to.
Yeah. I just need to really absolutely identify which voice is drifting.
That's the thing. It could be,
Before it looked
like you
like
said, it could be the scaling and it could be a grouping, right?
Yeah, well, no, because the scaling is individual to each voice, but
Okay.
and then it's done in pairs, so that the voltage for the scaling is applied to both corresponding cards in each bank. So to have one drift and one not means it's not one of the boards under the keyboard, and it's actually the voice itself. But if it keeps randomly moving around from voice to voice, that's a different kind of problem altogether.
Oh yeah, that's a controller type problem.
Yeah, and that's a different conversation on the phone about them collecting it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Arse. See if I can find her again. Actually, I've got to hold a cord or something.
Can you swap the voices over?
Yeah, I can desolder a voice and move it to a different location.
And then see if it moves to that location?
Yeah, but I still
as in the fault?
exactly what the location is.
Yeah, okay.
Because, like I said, because if it's jumping around to different voices, it might be the
That's not the
LSI
voice.
on the
Yeah.
CAS board, which is a whole different ball game altogether.
Mm.
But it's identifying it that's going to be the issue.
It's 8.
It is 8, and it's only on bank 1. I think on bank 2. So bank 1, voice 8. It's being an arse. We'll find out why it's being an arse. Right, I've got to find me rabbit of negative euphoria. Let's see why you're pissed off. Could be a whole host of reasons why she's pissed off, but I think I might swap out that trimmer. God, these cars don't have to get warm. I tell you what, there's nothing better than being in the studio in the winter with a CS80 on. Toasty, mate. It warms the whole
Not good
room
here.
up. In the
Wouldn't be
summer,
good here.
not so much fun.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good here. You'd have to have air conditioning.
Did you carry that through by yourself, darling? Okay. Oh yeah. Those Mustang seats are heavy, aren't they? I don't know what the hell they put in them. Yeah, somebody stuck a pencil up her ass. What's that meant with you? Well, she doesn't normally bark, does she?
Not during the day. She does it at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, but that's always a good laugh, isn't it? Oh dear. Has the Robs buggered up?
Said he had some work call to do.
Oh. Right, let's swap this trimmer out. Must have I've got another CS80 voice card knocking around. We've got a slightly newer one. Have a look. Oh, hello, there we go. Nice. Okay. 6 points. Got anything good on the show this Saturday?
I'm still getting over last Saturday.
There
It was a doozy.
wasn't a lot of news this week, was there?
News-wise, no, we just had a bit of Eurorack stuff.
Yeah. I think we were doing about 52% padding on PSN this week. Last week.
Yeah.
So I think we only had about 3 things to cover. But as everybody knows who tunes into the show, all 3 of us are pretty good at talking bollocks for long periods of time. So
yeah,
we were able to fill up the 2 hours.
Yeah, nothing really has popped out yet, news-wise.
No.
Give it a chance.
Oh yeah, I mean it'll warm up at some point. I seem to remember, summertime like this being a little bit more active than this. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends on the market, I guess.
Yeah.
There used to be a time when buying a synth was like buying a house.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and now it's like, how many synths do you want to buy in each month with just a normal standard everyday employee's paycheck?
Really? Oh, Brooks, he hasn't been on much lately, has he?
You haven't heard from him for a while.
Yeah.
I think he's probably doing more stuff your way than ours because he's busy Saturday mornings your time, so
Right.
he wasn't able to stay with us at that time.
No, I haven't seen him on any of the pubs or anything like this. Probably has something going on. Oh, great. I have to move this a bit closer.
I'm sure if I message him, he'll come on.
Yeah. Because I haven't seen him for quite a while, actually.
Be at least a few weeks since I've seen him on the
Yeah.
chat anyway. Yeah.
Oh, really? Move this camera out. Good grief, how close do you have to get this bloody thing? That's got to be enough now. Getting crowded in here. Yeah, Fiona was talking the other day about other revenue sources. She was saying about because of all of her experience building synths for Tom Carpenter and that. She said, she goes, what if I offered a service where I would put people's Eurorack kits together for them, for people who don't feel confident putting them together? I said, I don't know how many people there are like that, to be honest. Because I know it's a more economic way of buying a module.
Well, there has been a couple of systems, air quotes, that a few of them have put together recently. So, like ALM did one.
Yeah.
What did they do? Make Noise did one.
Yeah.
So that ALM one's called the Turismo. So it's like a complete workstation.
Yeah.
And it's just got all their stuff in it. It's not, no one else's, right? And the same with the Make Noise. And there's another one. It might have even been IntelliGel might have done it. But yeah, so if that's a sniff, those people are doing it. If that's a sniff there's a bit of market in that.
Yeah.
What you could do is you could come up with a system which, with a bit of sensibility, could be a couple of different modules from few different manufacturers, and you could put it together for someone and tell them that this is a system that is stable. It does this, it does that. It's got a sequencer, whatever the specs are.
Yeah.
And all they have to do is just buy it as a unit. And generally speaking, if you can sell it in a way where it's cheaper than if they were to buy all the individual bits, bit by bit, they would see the value in it.
That would be good, actually. Yeah.
With the I think it's the ALM one, it worked out to be a lot cheaper than if you were to buy all their modules individually.
Got you.
Other than that, but just putting stuff together like a bit like someone who does IKEA furniture.
Yeah.
If that's what you mean. I'm sure there'd be people out there that would need that, because I found out years ago that you should never make assumptions on what people are capable or incapable of doing.
Yeah.
I remember doing a video years ago about doing a firmware update on a synth, and I said, come on guys, I found someone on the internet that was charging $50 US to do firmware updates.
Really?
Yeah, you're saying bring your synth into the shop, $50 will do the firmware update for you.
Wow.
And I thought, geez, that's not a bad little sum to make for a couple of minutes work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I was telling people, hey, guys, you shouldn't be spending $50. This is not hard to do. Just, read the manual. Yeah. And then I got shot down for it because people were saying, well, we know how to do it. We just don't have the time. And $50 is cheap because I can have it done. If there's any dramas with it, I don't have to worry about that. The person doing it has to worry about that.
Yeah.
Which I thought was fair enough. It's a fair whack. I took it on the chin, learnt from it.
Yeah.
And then I sort of realised that there's people in this world that time poor or
are terrified
tech poor.
Technology. Yeah.
Yeah. So there could be a market in it. Absolutely. I don't know if it's going to be bustling, but it could definitely be a market in it. Yeah. These people that you see on our shows aren't the market, though, generally speaking.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit more savvy than that, anyway. Well, even on PSN, I'll say something and there'll be somebody in the chat correcting
me. Yeah. It happens every week.
No, by the way. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That holds. Let's try the other footages and see what happens. So now, these are slightly out from what they were before, so it has made a difference in some way. That's 4. That's 8 foot. And lo and behold, right, I'll let this warm up because I know that the trimmer pots on these cards are notorious for doing drifting, because where the others are like 5, 1 and 10k, the trimmer one is 500k.
Right, so they float.
Any wear in that shows up. Yeah,
they're floaters.
Yeah,
yeah. I've had that problem before.
Yeah, so.
And the only way I worked it out was I just started replacing components. I was okay, these components are worn. I'm just going to start replacing them, and then bang, I replaced the trimmer pot, and it fixed the problem. I'm like, oh, you're kidding me.
What we call in the trade a blanket repair.
Yep.
Yeah. Not cost effective, but it's all right when you're doing it on your own gear. But sometimes you do have to do that with some of these machines.
I like people who do patches, Scott. I think it's awesome. So keep doing what you do, man. I actually, one of the things I enjoy is people that do sound design, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all do sound design, but people who do it commercially, most of them have an actual knack for doing it, and they do it well. And geez, some of the patches they get out of some of these synths are just like mind-boggling, incredible. Recently I was looking at some Novation Peak patches, and this guy did a sound bank, and I was like, what the hell has this guy managed to do out of this synth? It's just incredible. It was just, a lot of work went into it. Like, he's charging $20 US, $30 US for his sound design bank, but there would have been months of work into that.
Well, I must admit, people like Scott, Coley, and James Dyson and stuff like that. James did a set of patches for the Artemis, and was demonstrating them one Sunday or Saturday, I can't remember where it was. And it literally sold me the synth.
Yeah.
I went, I want this. So.
Yeah, it was like that guy that did this. Remember I showed you a few weeks back the System 8, and it did all the CS80 patches that sounded like Vangelis?
Yeah.
Literally, a guy messaged me. He said, who did the patch library? And I gave him the link. He goes, oh, okay, cool. He went and bought a System 8 and the patch library because it literally sold the synth to him. He thought, geez, I can get a Roland synth that can sound like a Jupiter, a Juno, a SH101, and a CS80. That's an awesome synth.
That's nuts. Yeah.
It is. It's nuts. It doesn't sound like a CS80, but the patches do.
Well, although it wasn't the primary reason, it was definitely the most important secondary reason why I got rid of the Osmos was the sounds.
Mm.
It was all very...
Yeah. Clinical.
And it wasn't because the sounds were wrong. It's because the sounds didn't suit what I write, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
I was hoping that this MPE control and key wiggle like you used to have on the old GX1 and all that sort of thing, you go, yeah, that'd be cool. Turned out I just couldn't handle doing the big chords, and sometimes you got to reach a bit, and of course it makes the key move when you're reaching, and it's like you hit the chord and it's like slightly out.
Yeah.
And I kept trying and practicing with it, but it was like, no, I just don't like that feel. It's all it's far too soft and spongy. I didn't like it. Whereas I bang about on a Rolly, no problem. I'll smack out chords on a Rolly, not a problem. So it wasn't that.
Nice.
It was between that, the sounds, I just went, nah, it's not for me.
I still can't handle the wetsuit feeling.
Yeah. I think I sold that to. Where did I sell that to? I've been Keith. And Watford I sold it to.
Geez, he's getting some gear now, isn't he, Keith?
Yep.
His collection's getting big.
He's got some bits, yeah.
Yeah, wow, 200 hours per bank when he's working on sound design. That's a lot of hours.
Who's that, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I think it was one of Scott's CS80 brass sounds or something on the Polybrick 12 that Robbie was doing last night. And then I went and played it on the 80, and they were so fucking close. It was mental.
Yeah.
It was really, really most impressive.
You're still not going to get
Darth
that.
Vader. Most impressive.
So,
yeah. Oh dear.
You're still not going to get that envelope though. That's the only problem.
Well, Yeah. I mean, actually, it's recreating the discrepancies. It's always going to be hard because every time you hit the envelopes on a digital synth or in software, the envelope is always exactly the same as the time before. We're on the 80.
Yeah.
It isn't.
Yeah. Well, the easiest way to do that is to actually build your own, like I did, build your own polysynth with Euro modules, and then you find out very quickly just how bonkers that is.
I had thought about who's it for now? I can't remember who it was for now. What was the keyboard? Because he wanted something like that, where he wanted all the filters to be slightly different.
Yeah.
And I made this. Basically, it was like an LFO with a randomizer function, but the randomization of the voltage was very, very tiny, very tiny, and that just knocked all the envelope generators and the filter envelopes out, just ever so slightly. But you could set how far out you wanted it. You could turn it right up, and it just sounded absolutely like somebody fucking dropped it in a river. But
I used to just plumb everything through attenuators, right?
Okay, fingers crossed.
Here we go.
Let's see if we still get the drift. It's not that card doing it. One. All right, I'll replace one's trimmer as well. You see, this has been in a storeroom, stroke garage or whatever for many, many moons. And to say it was temperature controlled would probably be an untruth.
Yeah.
So, judging by some of the faults that this little puppy had, so we might be getting away with it actually. It's only 2 cards messing around.
Yeah, that's the only problem though with these things is you've fiddled with it, you've got it working and got it sounding good again, and then 6 months later something else gives out.
Yeah.
And it's not the same thing that you've been fixing, it's something else.
Yeah, but it always looks bad on you.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a restore, because a restore comes under, blanket repair. Everything is supposed to be hunky-dory. And he goes, yeah, it was on the day. But that's what people want.
Kids, don't buy vintage synths if you don't want that problem.
Oh, yeah. If you don't have an awful lot of patience and a significant bank account, stay the hell away from these bloody things.
Yeah, so what I was saying before is I used to put all the patches through an attenuator so that for each voice, the filter, modulation, voltage control, keys, everything had a separate attenuator. And that way I could neg or pause the voltage on it if I wanted to just give it a slight thing. And the other cool thing about the attenuators is they were all CV controllable as well. So you could put LFOs through them if you wanted to and automate it.
Yeah.
And you could make some bonkers sounding patches. But the thing is with the envelopes, this is the thing I think I'm becoming a bit of an envelope nerd, to be honest. They sound actually really interesting when you overdrive them.
Yeah. Can you hear Siri snoring?
Bonnie snoring.
Oh, your mother.
Oh, it got me. Yeah.
She's in my at my workbench, dog's bed. Yeah.
Well, it's hard. It's hard to tell which dog's snoring because I can hear my dog here snoring. Tonight, Bonnie was like following me around in the kitchen. I was cooking dinner tonight. I cooked schnitzels, and she's like looking up at me, you know, with those eyes that, you know, buy me a Lamborghini. Okay, here you go.
Yeah.
So I ended up with the little bits of leftover chicken that wasn't fit for human consumption. I chucked that in the frying pan and had a bit of leftover egg from when I did the crumbing, and I just mixed that up together for her. And mate, she absolutely scoffed that down quicker than you could say Jack Robinson. And then ever since she's been on the couch snoring her head off. She was like
contained.
Like what do you call it? Food coma. Easy to please, that dog.
We have this ritual in the morning, as you know, as soon as I open my eyes, this one is like on the bed looking down at me like this, wagging her tail like mad. You go, yeah. And she's waiting for me to say the magic word, which is, I need a coffee. And the thing is, I say, and they're gone.
Yeah. Doesn't let you finish the sentence.
Yeah. And they're downstairs waiting. And because I make my coffee and then it's their picking blankets and treats time. And we'll sit in a little semicircle and have their treat.
Yeah.
Well, animals like routine, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. Yep. They're much more happy and comfortable with
feed them at the same time every day.
Yeah, if humanly possible.
Well, I am going to have to scoot.
All right,
I've got
darling.
some things to do. So, good luck with the trimmers.
What time are you there?
10:38 p.m., sir.
Oh. In the future.
Yeah.
All right.
The weather looks nice your side though.
This is the first decent day we've had for a couple of days. It's been
some sun there.
A bit thundery and torrential rain and cloudy and a bit cold. But today,
that's what we've had all week here.
Yeah.
Like freezing cold rain. But anyway.
Normally not something associated with Australia, is it?
It's only a few months with it, and then you just about the hot weather again.
It's effectively your winter, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly.
Try explaining that to a flat earther.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, darling.
All right.
You take care.
See ya.
All right.
Catch up.
Look, sir.
See ya.
Hello, bud. Right. What am I doing? Oh, we're going to have to now calibrate this card. Again. And I'll put the new trimmer in. So I'll do a preliminary trim. And then I can retrim when it's warm enough. See what it says. Yeah, that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. That's miles out. Well, of course it is because I just put a new trimmer in. Too far. C sharp. C. Now that is in a completely different position to what that other one was. So I think these trimmers have gone a bit. Right, now we do 4 foot. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Miles out. which is E. That's good, because that won't be that voice. Is there something wrong with this? That says C, but that's an F. C says G. Have I hit a button? Let's reset this. It'd be great if Peterson's packed up in it. That says C. And I'm playing an F. Oh, I know why. I've missed the thing. Right. It's in between the footages. Idiot. There you go. A. One. There it is. Okay. Right. Fine tune. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Needs a bit of a helping hand. Steady. Oh. What's going on here? C sharp. C. Should be it. Make sure it is now. It needs to be a little bit more. Thought it did. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 foot. It's pretty much on the money. 8 foot is a little out, not a lot. And then 16 foot, which is very out. That's weird. What's that bloody selector again? There we go. I'll just put some WD in that selector. With that said, it's not doing anything. Hey, why's it being so weird? Let's hear this a minute. There we go. Right. Let that warm up. Right. So, anybody else coming in? Or listen to me rabbiting on about fuck all? I've got absolute tons of these voice cards knocking around. Various parts. A limited number of all the specialist chips. bloody hundreds of half-populated cards. I think I must have broken up a good 20 CS50s and probably about 10, 12 60s and probably 5 80s broke up the spares. Real dog ones though. I mean, real dogs. But that's when you could buy them for what? A Porsche fully restored, fully working, beautiful condition CS80 then would be about 7,500. And now you've got people asking 54, 70, 75, 94. I've seen one for 94 for Christ's sake. See when others suggested it was just an ordinary, normal CSA. Not particularly owned by anybody particularly of notoriety. Although the general consensus is that all of them were owned by somebody of some sort of musical notoriety because of their price. Even back then, very expensive. Something like about over twice as expensive as the average brand new family car in '76. Ideally, you're a working musician. So I think I'll give this another 2 or 3 minutes. See how it goes. So hopefully that's the problem. That little trimmer. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't expecting this to be taking this long. Truth be known. I thought it was going to be a nice quick top and tail. So, there you go. I haven't even started to look at that bloody Kurzweil yet. See what it does. Not quite yet, no. I've got a horrible feeling we got a problem on the Catford.
They're coming to pick it up tomorrow.
We'll have to cancel it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it looks it. Tell them it's developed an issue.
Okay.
And and I'm going to have to rip out her CAS board.
Have you finished with that polish?
What polish?
That polish.
Yeah, why?
It's just
Oh,
nibbler.
there's a couple of them knocking around. I think I've done both sides. I've done the underneath as well. I was just going to do the ridge along the back.
It's already been nibbled by the looks of it.
No, that just tore off.
Oh, there's still stuff in it.
It's a brand new one.
Well, put the lid on it and save it, you plonker.
Yes, mother.
God in heaven, you would think they grow on trees.
Yes, mother.
Is anyone watching?
Yeah,
Oh,
about 24 people watching. What? I've seen a T-shirt before. Huh.
You going to eat hard stuff today?
Hello. What you got in mind?
No, but are you up to it?
I don't know. We'll see. What was I going to say? Yeah. So give them a buzz. Apologise. Say sorry, but it appears to have developed a new fault on the CAS.
Yeah,
And then what I'll do is I'll put this to one side because it'll probably be ages before they can come and pick it up again.
14.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'll have a look at this Kurt's file. Yeah. And see what's going on with that. Have you brought that through?
What?
The Kurt's one?
It's in the kitchen.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Cool. I think that flight case there,
Yeah.
under the kitchen window, is the one for the DX7.
That is DX7, that is. It says DX7 on it.
Oh, then that's it. That's the flight case I couldn't find earlier. Oh, pardon me.
The one that's right in front of you.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh. All right.
Okay, I'll let them know. You don't want anything right now then?
Not right now. No, I think I've got an LSI issue on this one. Bastard thing. So I'll check out the LSI.
Research.
Huh?
I've done some more research, and if you can't get that going,
Yeah.
possibly measure the pins and the widths and what have you,
Yeah.
and get a quartz conversion. And just put a quartz and a battery behind
Oh, okay.
and change the mechanism.
Yeah, it'd just be nice. It'd be nice if it was the original 1970s
It
clock.
would be nice.
Yeah.
There's a place in America that for $200 will repair it.
So, and that's not including the shipping it there, shipping it back.
Precisely.
So it's almost as much
Or for
as.
£5 you can get a battery in it.
Okay.
But there's a few things you could try, but the important thing is not to break the shaft or the hands.
No, I haven't
Then
done
you're
that.
fucked.
Yeah, no, I haven't done that. No, I've traced it down to this one cog and this little ratchet thing on it.
Well, I've just seen a video where they take it out ready to replace, and they name all the cogs.
Yeah.
Minute, second. It's usually the minute one that gives the trouble.
This appears to be the second-hand one. So there may be,
Is it an electric?
technically speaking,
It's just they say it's more likely after 1970 to be electric.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's got the contact, the plug on the back, so it is electric, but not directly electric. If you know what I mean. But I'll see what it does. See what it does.
Maybe if you watch the same videos I've just watched, you'll understand it better. See something.
All right.
Seeing as you've been looking at the clock.
Oh, that's something to look at tonight. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's plenty of room in the housing for a battery.
yeah. Oh God, yeah. There's battery. Right. So 80's been a bit of a cow.
Yes, I'll go and let them know.
Yeah.
Or is it the CAS board?
CAS board. Yeah. I think it's a problem with the LSI chip on the CAS board. Because what it does is it seems to indiscriminately knock a voice out of tune, knock its scale out, just when it feels like it. But when you're playing more than one note at a time,
ideal.
No, and that's screaming LSIs, the two LSIs, the YM 26600 and the YM 26700.
Would that be an additional fee to what they've already paid? How much are those things?
Normally they're expensive,
No.
but the thing is, they've paid us. It doesn't look good when you start saying, "Oh no, now you've got another invoice coming." So I think we'll have to swallow it. We'll swallow it. That's all I can do. If it's the 27, if it's the LM 26700, it's not so bad. I've got a few of them knocking around, which really don't owe us anything. But if it's the 26600, because a replacement one of them is about 1100 quid.
What?
Yeah. But I think I've still got two. But they're kind of worth the money to me. But like I said, we've invoiced him now.
Yeah, but you would have invoiced players at that rate.
Yeah, but that's if it had decided to bloody fall over before we'd invoiced him. We've invoiced him now, darling. Well, the idea is you don't piss them off, you get more work. So, swings and roundabouts, love. Do you know what? I think every other job is like this, in one form or another. Well done. You're not camera shy, are you? Ah, bollocks. Oh well, it is what it is. I have to source another castboard from somewhere. I think I saw one in the garage actually when I was out there on Sunday. So we might still get lucky. Might be able to just do a quick, simple board swap on it and done. Bolt it up and out she goes. Although, like you said, it'd be a 14th. Right, let's turn her off. Put these back because it clearly isn't the voice card. These voice cards that's causing a problem. So I suppose it might be prudent now to go and quickly screw this temporarily back together and then go and grab this Kurtzhal, which is a big bastard, by the way, a huge bugger. It's not a 26 or a 27, it's something else, I think. A newer model. Come on. I know you're a snug fit, but bloody hell. There we go. So, go around the garage in the morning, see if I can find that other castboard. Hopefully find it and put it straight. Just put in some temporary screws for now. How do you make yourself useful, miss? Yeah. Would I rather be in the studio writing music? Yes. Go. One in here. Just do it quick and temporary for now. Bloody thing. Well, one thing's for sure, it can't go out doing that. So it is what it is. Where's that cable? What are you eating? Bits of tree? What is the matter with you? You're a weird husky. Yes, you are. Let's move this out of the way. Sorry, Tom. When's your mum? When's your mum? Good girl. Thank you. Mind yourself, nosy. Mind yourself, big boy. There you go. I don't want that to fall down on you. Go ahead. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Right. It's free. Okay. Right then. You ready? You get the other end. Yeah? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! There's a lump in it. Right then. Let's put all the 80s screws and bits and bobs together. Nuts and washers. Okay. Crumbs. Hello, darling.
Guess who's back?
I guess it's you. 80 failed.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Looks like it's a castboard issue.
Oh dear.
So she's just going to phone them up and tell them, hold your horses.
Good job you checked.
Huh?
It's a good job you checked.
Well, I always do, but I wish I'd checked earlier. But in all honesty, it wasn't really possible to do at that time. So I'm not content with having moved an 80. I've now got to go and get an enormous Kurzweil.
Are you a French policeman? Are you
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, an enormous Kurzweil in an enormous aluminium case.
We got a couple of little helpers there, look.
Yeah, come on, Siri. You get one end, I'll get the other. Yeah.
Oh, the gang's all there. Oh, I can't see Nelly.
Yeah, no, Nellie's gone in. Charlie's here.
Yeah, see Charlie.
Nellie's there. Nosy and Sis.
So have you seen what's made a comeback?
Go on.
The Arturia Micro Brute.
Really?
Yep. They brought the little bugger back with a new paint job.
Well, I'll be buggered.
Yeah, the little with a little patch bay at the top in the top right hand corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. €349, so what, $299 UK probably.
What, on popular demand, do you think?
Yeah, that's what they told me because I had to play with it in Super Booth in the little private suite.
Yeah.
I've got one coming, but unfortunately they're a little bit delayed. So, but yeah, there'll be one coming here soon. So, and then I think I've got one of every brute.
Yeah.
Micro, mini.
Were you Henry Cooper?
Matrix, Poly 6, Poly 12. Mini Brute 2. Got Mini Brute 2 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, Brute, splash it all over.
What was the one I gave you?
That was the Mini Brute SE.
SE, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. So it's essentially a Mini Brute 1 with a silver case.
Yeah. That's quite cute, actually. I like that.
It's not bad, yeah.
It's all right.
Works now as well.
What was wrong with it?
Every time. The power socket
Oh, that's
had been lifted off the board, so...
yeah. That,
Hey, up!
Hey, oh.
Would be in a sense tape.
No,
When
then.
your keyboards go,
do
it's
it.
wow. Too much like old work.
No, I haven't got a Rack Brute, Steve, and I never will.
Oh. Right, I'm going to get this cutter back in a second.
Right.
Order an hour.
Look at Noah go. Bless. How's the whippet?
He's up with trouser leg.
Oh dear.
No, it's a ferret. It's a ferret that goes up with trouser leg.
It's a ferret, yeah.
Not a whippet.
Dear.
I'm going out to a concert this evening.
We'll get you.
I know. And it's Culture. If I can find the bloody ticket.
What's it?
It's
Big tub of yogurt.
Ronnie
Culture.
Scott's solo songbook.
Oh.
So it'd be good. It'd be amazing if Ronnie's there because he's dead.
What I say? bit smelly.
So I've been to Ronnie Scott's actually. It's a good
Never
night
been.
out.
Never been.
Yeah, no. If I see Rob, it's worth going.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Oh, I see. I piss off everybody comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea, mate.
Hello.
I've been waiting for you to disappear.
I see.
No, I've been doing paperwork all day.
Kurzweil Forte SE. How the hell do you get your hands in it? Get it out? Oh, I like that. That's nice. I like the colour of the end sheets. Black range, white range, pitch sensor on the base.
Somebody killing a child over there.
No, it's next door. They're killing their child.
Oh.
No, they've got one of these great big pools.
Oh,
things,
right.
you know. So
Screams of excitement, not murder.
yeah.
There's nowhere to hold it.
I'm so glad we're past those.
Oh my God, yeah. I used to hump around a Farfisa compact duo and a bloody electric piano,
Which bum?
and it used to take three of us to carry him.
We're gonna have to play
And then I'd have a 4x12, and
Yeah.
and I used to, because there was no such thing as a keyboard amp in the late 70s, early 80s, I used to use a Marshall PA head with a 4x12 to get the inputs.
What the fuck is anything like that? switches. All the other. Left one up. There we go. Storage, computer tablet. Lily, leave Noah. Right then. Let's see what the bleeding dealing with. Oh, thank you. Here, Fiona, have we got anything light to work on today?
Nope.
Go on then, mind your ass. Give me. Hello.
Oh, the gang's all there now.
Hello.
Yeah. Is it tea time?
Yeah. Dinner. Doesn't work, does it?
No, it doesn't, because they can't hear you, Tom.
They know what time it is.
Yeah.
Maybe they can hear you, but the wrong person's saying dinner.
Except this one, at 5 o'clock, he goes, "Can I start whinging at you now about it?" And as time goes on, it just gets more and more whingy. What? Oh, I haven't given you a cuddle for an hour. I do beg your pardon. Oh, here you go. I couldn't. You were asleep. Yes, you were. You were fast asleep over there, snoring your head off. Weren't you? Yes. Go and annoy Mummy. Go and find Mummy. Go and annoy her. Jump all over her. Right, let's see. Power on. Nothing.
307 UK. That microbrew.
Nothing. 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 Well, he said
Is
it
he from
turned
Barcelona? No, nothing.
Well, he said you turn it on and it boots up, and other times it won't. But that's 6 or 7 times in a row now where it just hasn't. It still hasn't. Okay. All right. First things first. Fuse holder. Let's have a look, see what we got here.
I see the Spanish police are stating the fucking obvious. You know, the footballer Diogo Jota, who died in that accident in a Lamborghini with his brother overtaking another vehicle. Spanish police say his car was likely speeding before fatal crash.
No.
You think?
No shit, Sherlock.
I mean, they showed some pictures of some of the wreckage. Obviously, not nothing too sinister, but it was widespread, shall we say? Yeah, of course it was going at fucking speed. There's a Lamborghini. Sad.
How fast was the tree going, officer?
Yeah, it is.
Can't hit it.
The thing was, he was told, because he'd had some surgery or treatment or something during the close season, and he was told by his medical team not to fly, that he should drive and get the ferry over.
Huh.
There you go.
Oh, well. The family can sue the doctors then.
Well, the doctors weren't driving at speed.
Oh no, it's not America, isn't it?
They're driving on speed, but not at speed. Also,
if it was America, they probably would have had a case. Such a point.
They've just teased the final David Bowie box set. You know, the legacy box sets.
Oh yeah.
I've got to figure out how this comes apart.
So it's all the studio albums from 2002 through to his death, plus loads of live stuff and rare stuff. They haven't said the price yet, but
is it vinyl?
Yeah, well, there's vinyl and CD and download, but I've got all the other box sets, so this will be the last one. But I'm just like my credit card. I can see my wallet vibrating over here. It's sobbing. Because it's probably going to be about 350 quid if it's like the last one. But interestingly, doesn't contain any of the Tin Machine stuff, which...
Thank God for that.
Yeah, well, do you know, I've warmed to it over the years.
No, it was... I have to say, I thought it was pants. I mean,
yeah.
But I've said on many occasions, I'm glad he did it, because he was always looking to push the envelope. Was
got it out of his system, yeah.
No. So that's okay.
Yeah.
Didn't really work, but I mean, it worked for some people, not for me.
So at the time, I just thought, oh, no, it's not really.
Yeah.
But say over time, I think probably more so since his passing, you're sort of kind of emotionally invested in him as an artist, and you think, well, do you know, it wasn't that bad, you know.
It took me a long time to buy Black Star. I didn't buy it when he died.
No,
it took me a long time before I bought it. I'm glad I did buy it when I bought it. But
that's a great album.
Yeah, but and certainly I felt more with his passing than probably any other famous person, really. You know, because I mean, you know, one of my the first albums I bought with my own money was probably Pinups on vinyl, and that introduced me to so many great '60s bands that I mean I didn't know about them, and I knew about Pink Floyd, but you know, there's some really great songs on there, you know, and it made me go back and listen to those artists.
Why did we use screws when we can use Allen keys?
I do like you when you connect around.
Okay, where's my Allen key set?
Yeah, did you see? Were you in the chat on Saturday, Rob? Cole have closed my account.
Oh yes, yeah, I saw that or heard. Yeah.
As we said to Jane, you know, I went through and told Jane. She went, I won't tell you the expletive that she used, but she said, well, at least they could have sent you an email to say, you know, you've not dealt with us for 18 months. We closed the account. Thanks for all the work in the past. Blah blah blah. No, nothing.
Nah, not a fucking thing.
Just suddenly can't log in. You know.
Knobs.
Oh, you bastard.
Ah, well.
It's a different company than it used to be.
Oh yeah.
You know,
for sure. Aye. So, I saw the other day that the artist formerly known as Terence Trent D'Arby is doing a little UK tour.
Is he?
Yeah, Sananda Maitreya. He's kicking off in Norwich, so I think it's tomorrow the pre-sale goes live. So I really want to. Yeah. I love him. I think he's great. What a voice!
I love the album. The according to
introducing the Hardline according to
Hardline. That was it.
Yeah,
that's the word I was looking for. I really like that album. It's really, I mean, and I listened to his last album, but it didn't do anything for me, if I'm honest. You know?
There's an album he put out probably 20 years ago. I can't remember the name of it now. And it has a track on there called "O Divina," and it's just one of the most joyous, uplifting things you'll ever hear. And he released it because he was going through that whole kind of identity crisis. You know, not identity crisis, but you know, he kind of changed his name, felt it was a better representation of who he was, and all this kind of stuff. And then he put this album out. Which I'm trying to remember what it was bloody called. Wildcard.
What's his name too then?
Sananda Maitreya. He has explained why it's that, but
yeah, I bet it's because you can get more in fucking Scrabble with it.
Yeah. But he released this album called Wildcard, and he released it free online, so you could download it, and it's like a 20-track album or something. And the opening track is called "O Divina," and it's classic him. That voice is still there. It's really good stuff. And I've been watching videos of him over the years of him performing live, and it's just that amazing voice and charisma, you know. Obviously he doesn't do all the dancing anymore, but I also saw a video of him where he addresses the fact that he had this massive hit album, his first album, and then the second one just kind of bombed.
Yeah.
And it was a lot to do with, you know, record company pressures and all this kind of stuff.
Well,
he wasn't being allowed
he
to
insisted
do
on
what he
producing it himself and not getting Martin Ware involved. And
Yeah,
I have to say, Martin's involvement in that first album is, I mean.
But him and Martin apparently are talking about doing something together again.
Oh, really?
So the rumor has it, yeah. So who knows?
Mm.
I mean, there was a picture of them together quite recently, and it was all
you
very
can
lovely-dovey.
understand. We don't know what went on in terms of him getting his fingers burnt with major record labels, but it happens so often to artists that he isn't alone in that, and you understand how bitter he feels about it.
Oh yeah.
But
I think it's worth some of his albums have had these. I mean, like his latest one's called is it Pandora's Playhouse or something?
Was that last year?
Yeah, I think so.
That could be the one I listened to then.
But I think the one before that was The Rise of the Zugebrian Time Lords, and you just think the title just kind of makes you go, maybe not. But actually, when you listen to it, it's all really cool stuff. I know. So I'm really excited. I'm and it's a small, intimate venue in Norwich, and so
that sounds good. Actually,
that'll be fun. And then Jackie noticed today that Justin Hawkins is doing his Justin Hawkins Rides Again live shows next year. So more bloody tickets.
Well, you're a fan, aren't you? So
well, the whole family is. Apart from my daughter, she couldn't care less. But Jackie, me. Oh, she went to see Lana Del Rey at Wembley Stadium last weekend. She comes on stage like an hour or so late. She finishes at about 10:30. 3 of the songs are performed by a fucking hologram. And even my daughter was like, I mean, she's a huge fan. It was like she's getting paid how much, and 3 songs, he doesn't even bother showing up on the stage. It's just, I don't know. But then Gorillaz do a whole fucking show, and actually no, they did a whole show with holograms, but then they actually just put the whole live band up, and it was even better.
I never really bought into that, the Gorillaz thing.
No.
No. I appreciate that Damien Albarn's a talented guy, but he's not. His stuff is not really for me.
No, I'm a big fan.
Oh, hello.
His solo stuff that he did is very good because it's kind of Blur-ish.
Yeah.
But it's also a little bit, it's got, and what was the Good, the Queen, the Good, the Bad, and the
Queen.
What was it? Queen, is it? Or something like that. Yeah,
that's the Good, the Bad, and the Queen, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Paul Simonon.
That's it. Yeah. Because then Paul Simonon features quite a bit in some of the Gorillaz stuff as well. No, he can't really do much wrong in my eyes.
Secondary.
Wet Leg. I've just been told my Wet Leg album's on its way.
What's
the new one?
What's it called? It's called
Moisturizer.
Moisturizer. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't watched them on Glastonbury yet.
Yeah, I mean, I said to my missus this morning, I said, I like what I'm hearing from the second album, but they've not kind of moved on. There's no...
Yeah, there needs to be some development.
Yeah. It's all good stuff, because it's like the other stuff, and it's really good. I mean, yes, they've changed their outfits a little bit, but...
I thought the single sounded a bit like the first album.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that the rest of the album is going to maybe prove me wrong, but yeah.
Nothing.
But that's my latest purchase. That and the 2 12 inches from Fashion. You know Fashion, don't you? Band Fashion from the 80s.
I know the song Fashion, but the band, the band I'm not familiar with.
Right. So, late 70s, Fashion are a 3-piece post-punk band with a really unusual singer who's about 7 foot.
I thought you would say 7 years.
And I saw him in a tiny club in York. There was about 10 of us there, and there's only me and my mate who actually liked him. It weren't going down very well. And suddenly, they dump the singer, they get 2 new members in, and they go electronic. You should check them out. Their stuff's really, really good. But it's sort of of its time.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was my favourite CD and vinyl retailer in Frome Market. He's there every weekend, and every time I bloody go, I end up spending money. And I mean, sometimes he has some really good bargains. So for £5, two 12 inches of Fashion, which is tracks that I haven't heard before, because I've got all the albums on. I had them on vinyl originally. I don't have that anymore, but I've got them all on CD now. And he had this for £15, which is a triple CD of The Wire, 20 years, 1982 to 2002. Now, some of it is very much an acquired taste, because it's The Wire magazine.
Yeah,
and it's weird. Some of it is so weird. I had to switch. I had to turn the track off.
Wow.
I'm thinking, bloody hell, that's just noise. But
if it's weird for you, it has to be really fucking weird.
I rest my case.
Yeah.
So, what says what? It's called Audio Issue. Yeah, 225 minutes of music compiled by The Wire magazine.
I just got Claudia Brooken's new solo album.
Who?
Claudia Brooken, lead singer of Propaganda.
Yeah.
What I've heard so far is very good. It's because her last solo album, she went a little bit kind of folky, guitar-y, and like we're all going, but where's the synths, Claudia? Maybe she was just trying to, escape that. But she's now kind of, I think she's found a decent middle ground where it's clearly electronic, but it's not overtly electronic. So, yeah, it's not bad.
I had quite a long phone conversation with a singer who's over. She's just outside of Bath. I won't name her because she's quite famous. She's not famous as a musician. She's famous as an actress.
Okay.
But she's given up acting, and for the last couple of years, she's been playing in bands with people. But we're looking at sort of getting together and writing some stuff and maybe going out and performing. But it's early days yet. We're based on one phone call. I mean, I said I couldn't do anything until after end of August, really. So we're going to actually physically get together, probably in here at the end of August, and start working on some songs, proper songs, not just my electronic crap. Only I can say that.
Yeah. I mean, we say it too, but not to your face.
Sorry?
We say it too, but not to your face.
Yeah. That's fine.
But we can do it if you want.
Oh, yeah.
I'll only get upset, cry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll take that one.
Right. Okay.
121
Somebody has taken this apart before and tracked a ribbon cable between the casing and the screw.
Do that one.
Well, that doesn't bode exactly too well.
Are you having to check your blood pressure?
Yeah, I went for my annual
checkup.
The annual thing, and it's funny. I mean, she was a lovely nurse, and she said, "Right, let's do your blood pressure." Then I sat there, and it'd been a few minutes since I climbed, a couple of flights of stairs, so I thought, I should be okay. And it came in at like 130 something over 93, which is what they call stage 1 high blood pressure. So it's concerning but not awful. She said, let's give it a couple of minutes, because if we can get if we can get the diatonic number down below 90, then I won't have to ask you to do a 2-day check. So we did it 2 more times, and each time it was all virtually identical. She said that rarely happens, but she said, "Yeah, would you mind doing the 2-day thing?" I said, "No, that's why I bought this bloody thing. It's actually quite useful."
Jane's got one for diabetes.
Yeah, same thing. I said, just don't make me wear, because they do a 24-hour one, don't they, sometimes? And you have to wear it all the time, and every hour it does it. And I remember the last time I had that, it was just so annoying. So, but at the moment, I'm sort of, what's my probably average about 127 over 82, which is between elevated and stage 1, so that's not bad for me. And I'm on medication anyway for high blood pressure. Oh, that reminds me, because I asked, when they they announced that Manjaro was going on to NHS, you could get the weight loss drug. I went on the BBC website and it said, in order to qualify, you must satisfy at least 4 of the following 5 criteria: high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, obstructive sleep apnea, type 2 diabetes. And I went tick, 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 tick. I thought, oh, okay, great, I qualify. So I think me and the rest of the world emailed my doctor's surgery, like going, can we go on, please, and they came back with this waffle about they're not prescribing it directly at the doctor's surgery. The doctor has to refer you to the bigger NHS trust in the area, and then they manage it from the hospital or something.
Be about buying it. Be about cost.
Well, it's about managing the costs and everything. Who's got the money? But I said to the nurse yesterday, I did ask about this, and she said, hang on a minute. And she went on, obviously, an internal system. She goes, oh, no, you're on the list. You're on the referral list. I said, oh, okay. So then she said, if you go on to Ask My GP, the online thing, and give them another nudge, that will hopefully, get the ball rolling. And you go in for an assessment, and then they, do all that kind of stuff. And then if they believe that you will benefit from it, on you go. So I know someone who's been on Wegovy and someone who's been on Manjaro, and they both say that if you can handle some of the side effects, which a lot of the time is nausea and that kind of stuff, you can handle that and get through that. It does work. As long as you marry it up with eating healthily and what have you,
exercise and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, for me, my main problem is that I do my day job here, I do the other job here, and I don't often feel I don't have time, or I could make time, but so if this helps, who knows? We shall see. But
are you off to Gear Fest?
So I'm on the list, but I don't know whether I'm going, because I'm trying to sort my car out, and I'm trying to keep weekends free because they're better for me to go to the garage and sort all the stuff out. But to be honest, if they can get this sorted out, then I will be there, because my boy wants to go too, so I've got him in as well.
And this helps how exactly?
But I was going to say, are you going this year?
Yeah. I'm doing the emo.
Oh, of course you are, yeah.
Although I've not got a definite slot, but the guy said, "Oh, we'll fit you in."
Cool.
So my plan is just to take the iPad and the OPZ and do it all on the OPZ, which is something I've never done before. So it's always, I just have to work out some sort of thing.
What?
Yeah, hopefully I'm going to go and see and test drive the new car on Thursday, and then
So what are you looking at buying?
It's same as the other one, the VW Arteon, but it's the shooting brake, not the fastback version.
Oh, right.
But it's the performance one, so it's the big fast. I thought, fuck it. It's what I kind of have been looking at it for, since they brought it out a few years ago. And I said to the guy at the dealership, I said, if you've got one of those, then let's start talking. And he said, hang on a minute. And he goes off and he comes back and he says, we have a network within the Volkswagen. So obviously dealers around the country are owned by different companies.
Yeah, yeah.
But we have a network, and we've got this one that we can bring in. But you have to put down a deposit today. Then we can bring it in, and it's the Arteon R shooting brake with the 320 brake horsepower engine, race mode, all this, all the fucking boy racer shit. And I thought this would probably be the last time I get to own a nice car like that. So yeah, fuck it. So that's what's caused the delay, because normally they'll have had the car in the garage and they'll have done all the checks, but because this has had to come in from outside, then it has to go off and go through what they call preparation. They check everything, and it's just taken longer to sort out. So the car arrived last Tuesday in Ipswich, and they've been doing all the checks. They've had the alloys refurbed and bits and bobs, and they said to me yesterday that the only thing they've got left to do is there's a little LED bulb in one of the door panels for the ambient lighting that needs replacing, and we don't have any in stock in the UK, so it's going to have to come over from Germany, and that won't be here till the end of the week. And I said, well, look, I can still come and test it. It's just an interior light bulb. As long as I know about it, that's fine. So fingers crossed, I'll find out tomorrow, and then I'll go and test it on Thursday, and then if we can get all the paperwork and the finance signed off, I could even pick it up at the weekend, maybe early next week, and then we're golden. So yeah,
cool.
And then of course the wife is going, well, I'd like a new car. And she's got a because Sophia bought this little Fiat 500, and she's seen that. She goes, oh, that's cute, I like that. So we might have to get her a Fiat 500 now.
I once test drove a Fiat 500, and it was an old second hand. Turned up, went down the road, and got to the first roundabout. Put my foot on the brake, no brakes. Literally no brakes. Luckily, I wasn't going very fast, so I went round the roundabout, took it back, and went, no thanks, mate. You know your brakes don't work. Oh no, I'll get them sorted for you now. You're all right. No,
yeah. That's Sophia found one because, of course, Sophia's 21. She's a girl, and the most important aspect of the car is the colour.
I'm sure, yeah.
Got to be the colour.
Pink.
Well, she's been looking at pink cars, and because she's doing an automatic test, that reduces the number of vehicles available. So she found Nissan. Was it Nissan? No, or one of the Japanese manufacturers do a little pink automatic thing, but everyone we found had been imported. So it had no history, before the date of import, and it was just like you're never quite sure. So eventually, I said, "Why don't you look at Fiat 500s? Because they're everywhere. They're affordable. They're cheap to run, cheap to insure." And she found an automatic one just outside Colchester, and we went to see it, and she loved it, and it was really nice. It was a nice model as well because it got the aircon, as well as a few other nice little bits on it, and it was a good price. And so we agreed to buy it. We put a deposit down, and then the dealer phoned me up a few days later and said, I found an annoying rattle, and I don't want to sell you the car until I find out what it is and get it sorted. So I'm like, okay, well, that's fair enough. And he couldn't find it. He couldn't find what the thing was. And he said I've taken engine mounts off, I've taken suspension mounts off, I've done this, I've done that, and I can't find this bloody thing. And I said, look, we're just going to have to. He said, no, fine. I absolutely sent the deposit straight back. And luckily, she found another one that was a little bit further away, but again, it was automatic, and apparently it was in her first choice colour, which is this kind of light beige.
Okay.
So it does actually. It looks quite nice. So yeah, she chose that, and she's happy, and yeah, she got a test next week, Yeah.
I'm going to say, how long's it taken? How long's she been waiting for the test?
Well, she booked her test some while ago. She'd already done her theory, but she booked her practical quite a while back, and it wasn't going to be until October. But then she signed up to one of these little apps that kind of interrogate the local databases, and when cancellations come up, they tell you.
Oh, right.
And she got a notification last week, and so she got a cancellation. She's in on the 14th. But the problem is, because she's not going through a driving instructor, she's going to take her test in her own car. She has to get special insurance for the day. She has to make sure there's a second mirror for the instructor in there and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah. But once she's done that, then the world's her oyster. You know, she can start looking for a job.
Yeah, I remember we bought a little car for the boys when Matt passed his test first, and we were only going to keep it for a couple of years anyway, so that Matt had it for the first year, and then Josh would have it for the second year after he passed his test. And I mean, he put them in good stead, really, because for those couple of years, they did a lot of driving, and that's the time that you need to do the driving. They've not owned a car since. You know, they're in London. They don't need to. There's zip cars, isn't there, and zip vans, which they hire when they need it, and they have on occasion. It's actually cheaper for them to put themselves on our insurance for a day or so than me extend my policy, which seems stupid, but it, you know, anyway. So we've done that. Like when we moved Matt and Belle out of Homerton to Walthamstow, for that weekend we put Matt on my insurance, or he did, and it was so much useful because you know we're all running around all over the place, really.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to sort of. Well, Sophia's got her own insurance for that, but obviously it's learner's insurance at the moment, so that will change. Hopefully,
is it still really expensive for a newly qualified?
I don't know what
driver?
The price is going to be for her once she's qualified, but at the moment, I mean, she's paying about $340 a year. Well, that was the quote that she got for that.
Yeah.
But so that will then change once she has to once she's passed her test. But I've got to put my boy onto Jackie's my insurance for Jackie's car. So I've got to do that next because he's almost at the point where he's just waiting for a test slot.
Yeah.
And he's found out the other day he's saved up a couple of grand already to put to a new car. So
that's good.
Yeah. And again, you know, he's working at Lidl's at the moment, which is, you know, not great hours, but pays all right.
Yeah, yeah.
So once they're both mobile, then their range increases and they can find better jobs in the bigger towns and stuff. So, and then they can leave home.
Yeah, well, it's great when they leave home.
Yeah.
And it's nice when they come back, but then they leave again. It's great.
That's it. Yeah. It's like grandkids, you know. You have them for the day and then give them back.
We're hoping that we've got some news later on this year or early next year.
Oh, yeah.
I can't say anything; it's too early. But,
No. Yeah, my youngest sister is she's expecting in January, but it's all a little bit. Apparently, she's a little bit. She hasn't said exactly what it is, but she's having to have more than regular sort of checkups and everything. I don't know why. But, yeah. More birthday cards and Christmas presents.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, let's face it, women buy baby clothes at the drop of a hat.
I know, right?
You know, bloody hell.
Yeah. And then they keep them. We were going through some stuff, just like clearing out stuff, and she came across a bag of clothes that had belonged to the kids, like the really cute little hooded jackets, and oh look, do you remember when he used to fit into
call them in the attic?
Yeah, we can't throw this away. Okay, fine. So
yeah,
Yes.
Hey ho.
Bless 'em.
It's
Bless
all
'em.
fun and games.
Isn't it just? Hey, right. Let's see what's going on here. Credential what? My company has this practice every now and again of sending out supposedly legitimate emails, but they're actually dodgy emails. It's a test, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They test you and then they send this thing out that looks completely official, but if you click on the link, if you're not looking, so I've just checked this one, and this is this is very unreal. So that's going in the bin. Not going to fall for that one. Apparently, I've never fallen for one, but one of my colleagues did, and like 5 minutes later, they get this next follow-up email saying, "You clicked on this. Maybe it's time you should take your training and learn about phishing and spam emails." I suppose it's
yeah. I've had a few lately. I mean, the latest one was this morning. I've just deleted it now, but it said, "Hi, Dad. This is my new number."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, clearly they've got absolutely no. They don't understand what relationship I have with my boys.
Yeah. Well, I've had that when the kids are both sat over there in the front room. Like, okay, yeah. Have any of you got a new phone that I don't know about that I'm paying for?
Yeah. Apparently, I've just had a delivery, but I need to go and find it. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, that's right. Everybody, fuck off and leave me on my own. Gee. Oh, I don't know. Oh, let's play some music. Oh, he's coming back. It takes ages to load up. Was it fun?
They're
two slices of
earpads.
beetroot. Oh, right.
They're obviously completely sucked all the air out of the bag.
It's got been packed by my missus.
Yeah, my Sennheisers. I was wearing them the other day, and suddenly all the inside of the foams deteriorated. I thought, well, do I mess around and buy new pads and the inside piece? I thought I can't be asked for that, so I put these on and took these off the other ones. So these should fit on here. This is where we find they don't fit. Oh, but they do. It's like putting a condom on.
Oh, those were the days.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
At least I was getting some.
Oh, that's all right.
There you go.
It doesn't look pretty, but it doesn't need to.
Doesn't need it, no.
It was like £3 for dirt cheap.
Oh dear.
There's a guy called Tom Moth who's playing. He's the harpist from. What's the name? I've forgotten the bloody name now. completely gone. Let me look her up. I want to say Katrina and the Waves, but it's not Katrina and the Waves. It's something like, it's somebody like that. Definitely not Katrina and the Waves. Big band, female fronted, well, basically female. She is the band, but I can't remember what they're bloody called.
Lily.
Shut up, Noah.
Lily, leave him alone. He's got a hair up his arse.
Florence and the Machine.
You've seen it?
Oh, right.
Oh, my leg is really, really bad.
It's only like Katrina and the Waves. Yeah, he's playing on Thursday night.
My missus loves her. I detest her.
Sorry?
My missus loves Florence. I just it's like
it
fucking.
doesn't do it for me.
Oh no.
But he's doing this. Well, I don't think it's a solo show, but it's his show. But he's got somebody doing electronics with him as well. It's just harp and electronics. And I thought that sounds like my wheelhouse. Yeah, Florence and the Machine is a bit too hippie for me.
It's like an owl got trapped inside an echo chamber. Oh.
That's one way of describing it.
Just
try it.
my missus loves him.
Fucking ear.
What?
Him in your ear.
What's up, Grandad?
I really misjudged going in to get the coffee. Because while I was in there, the doorbell went. And Jenny goes, I've only got a t-shirt on. Can you go to the door? Yeah, all right then. It's probably just a delivery or something like that. Yes, it was. Next month's dog food.
Well, the dogs are happy.
Yeah.
My back isn't. Everything today I've had to work on is fucking heavy. Well, they contacted Steve. She's contacted Steve anyway and told him it won't be ready tomorrow. And he's like, yeah, fine, don't worry about it. It doesn't sound like they're chomping at the bit to use it on an album or anything.
No.
Yes, Robert, I've got some muffs.
You doing Edinburgh this year, Ian?
I am.
Good man.
We've
how many thousands it costing this year?
Oh, well, $3,500 for accommodation.
Fucking hell! It's Scotland, not fucking Puerto Rico.
And that's student accommodation.
What?
That's actually, they call it a double bed, but it's not. It's a single bed that's slightly larger than the single bed.
You have to pick who goes on top then.
Sorry?
You have to pick who goes on top.
Definitely.
There are worse ways of going to sleep.
Yeah.
So, and this is because it's fringe time.
Exactly.
What are these houses? These places cost. Off peak, as it were.
Oh,
20 quid a night or something.
Yeah, and I don't know because that Scotland are doing this tourist tax thing where everything's got 5% on top of it, and I don't know if this is the first year or not, or whether they've held it off for another year.
Oh.
But yeah, they're gonna be doing a tourist tax, so it'll be 5% on everything. So food, drink, accommodation, everything.
I see.
But hey ho. So yeah, no, we've highlighted 40 shows. I've got some tickets already. I've booked. How many have I booked so far? 2, 4. 20. got 20 shows booked. We're only going for 14 days, 12 days.
Jeez.
So $3,500 for 12
Any
days.
weird ones this year?
Oh, I'm bound to be.
Like,
I tell you what, I'm trying to go and see
Hitler's
Pussy
Testicles,
Riot.
the musical.
Pussy Riot. I fancy Pussy Riot.
Pussy Riot. Okay.
Yeah. They're performing.
As long as it-
We've got, what have we got so far? Let's have a look. So, well, Jane's stuff is very theatre heavy.
Right.
In fact, there's certain things where I've gone, no, I'm not going to that, and Jane's gone, no, I'm not going to that. So I'm going to see something called MUO, which is sort of experimental music at the French Institute. Jane has refused point blank to go with me, so I am going on my own.
Probably from the word experimental.
Well,
French.
I mean, French, no, yeah, actually,
Yeah.
because we get invited to their like launch parties. You know, each promoter has a launch party, and the French Institute is one of them. Last year, it was a complete dog's breakfast. You have it was like an hour's with snippets of each show, which can be quite useful, really. See what you want to go and see. And then they had this wine and cheese get together, but they didn't put it in a room. They put it in a corridor. So there's about 50 of us stood in a corridor.
Jeez.
Okay.
I mean, literally, Jane and I, we took the glass of wine. Jane had some cheese. I went, can we go now? Because this is really crap. Yeah, it was. We were. And the problem is that none of those have been launched yet, so we don't know when they're going to be. The assembly one, which is usually a really good gala night,
Yeah.
is normally it might be the second or third of, the Saturday or the Sunday, that first weekend. But we book shows, so we don't actually know. We've only booked shows on the Saturday, so we don't quite know whether we're going to be able to go. But it's all fun and games. And I mean, I thought the emails had sort of calmed down a bit because we're getting closer, but no, it's ramped up again. I think I've had 15 emails today about come and see me show, and I do sort of work through them eventually.
Yeah.
There's no automated response saying if you're contacting about Edinburgh, thank you very much. If we like your show, we'll contact you. So they get an automated response, so I don't have to reply to them.
Yeah.
And there's lots of them which well, either they don't get my name, it'll come Hello Sinners Review is one of them, or some of them, the ones we're more likely to actually pay attention to are the ones that actually have seen what we do. They've actually looked at the channel. They've seen the fact that we're actually doing YouTube because nobody else is, and they'll say, "Oh, we saw what you did last year for YouTube. We'd really like you to come." And we are more likely to go and see those things.
Yeah.
Than just a blanket.
The BBC used to cover it at one time a day. Now they don't seem to do it anymore.
Yeah, there was one year, and the BBC ticketing was pathetic because I remember going one year and we were reviewing, but we queued with everybody else rather than getting special tickets.
Yeah.
And so we had to get there at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we queued with everybody else outside the BBC venue.
Over there.
And so we get in. They hand us a ticket, a numbered ticket, and say you'll now have to queue to if you want to actually see any shows.
What?
And we went, no, we've been queuing outside. And so I was filming. I had this sort of polite argument with this producer saying, I am going to film you because we're YouTube. And, he said, oh, yeah, all right. I said, look, come on. These people have been queuing. We've been queuing from 10, but some of these people have been queuing since 8:30. You're not even now guaranteeing them. You've allowed them in the venue, but you're not guaranteeing that they're going to be able to see a show today. They might have to come back tomorrow and queue again. But we'll fast track them tomorrow. It was just pathetic, you know.
Right, I think it was a trapped ribbon.
Trapped ribbon.
Yeah. So it's either done that from new or somebody has been in it before. Right, I'll leave it on and see if it drops out and then fire it up again. God, every time I move, he's out of this bed, ready to go. Do you know what time it is? I'll tell you what time it is. Nowhere near fucking dinner time. So get over yourself. You've got a good 50 minutes to go yet, if not more.
I'm trying to go and see something called K-Mac at the planetarium, and they're also doing it's Dark Side of the Moon with visuals in a planetarium. So I quite fancy that. But we tried to see it last year and they just didn't answer.
Christ, this is a really, really cut down Kurzweil.
What is it again?
It's the Kurzweil Forte SE. It's got the same sounds in it that the K2000 from 4,000 years ago had.
Yeah.
A graphic equalizer, 8 sliders, usual, the usual thing, and that is pretty much it. Seems to have a flash loader. You can connect it to a computer and a storage flash loader, USB. And that's about it. It's like the updated hammer action keyboard. And the same display in it that's in the K2000.
All right.
And about the same size. So I don't think Kurzweil have a design team. It should have features written down on dice and just roll them. Because the difference between this and a very, very, very basic cut down K2000 is nothing. It's pretty much the same keyboard. It's obviously fills in some particular sort of like gigging market or something. I don't know. I mean, the sounds are okay, usual good Kurzweil quality. Fuck all else. I hate to think how much it is. I bet it's a few pennies. Oh wait, he's going to lie down. Fuck yeah. Well done, mate. There you go. You've resigned to the fact that it's not time yet, have you?
Right, my battery's about to expire, so I'm going to love you and leave you.
All right, darling.
Plus, I need to go and get ready for this thing tonight. Need to put my best frock on. Jane's not going with me. Jane got the ticket, but she's gone off to a dance.
Oh.
So I'm taking somebody else.
Ooh, look at him.
Ooh.
Yeah,
well, you can have the new moniker of womanizer then.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Yeah, bloody hell, man. Right, I'll see you later, boys.
All right, buddy.
Well, darling. See you, Rob.
See you later.
See you later.
Good night, mate. Oh, dear me. Still working. No audio dropout, like they said. So we might be in the clear here. Noah. leave it on? Yeah, let's leave it on a bit longer. But we won't screw it back together yet. That might be forcing our hand a little. Right, where did I put those tiny little Allen key box screws? Oops, fuck. I better locate them and I. Alright, Lily Bum. Oh, I put them in a little pot, didn't I? No, that was something else, wasn't it? Oh, you just walked in them! Never look where you're going, did you? What's it over there? Oh, there's another pile of them kicking all over the place, silly stuff.
Oh.
Oh, here they are. Here they are. Yeah, I found them. Right, yeah, so every screw on it with Phillips, and then they put 6 Allen keys, tiny little Allen key bolts in.
They did it deliberately, you know.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, no. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Seems to be very dog orientated round here. Yeah. Not another cuddle. Good God, Siri. Oh no, mate. What is it with you? Eh? Will you stop playing the keyboard, thank you? Oh, you set him off now. Siri. Set off Lumpy. Did I look like I needed a kiss? Did I? Oh. Come on, no, come on. That's enough now. Come on, go. Good look there. For God's sake. Go on, go. Go away. Do I smell of hot dogs or something? What the fuck is going on? Dogs everywhere. Hello, Lily Bum. Let's see. This is the other thing he does, Rob.
What's that?
Yeah.
Poor me. Poor me.
Feed me. It's not time. No, go away. Go. Go. You're gone. Sling your hook. No, shut up. I'll have to make you a new one. Oh, here comes Nelly now. Alright, Smells. You alright, girl? Hey. Actually, we haven't had a couple of days, have we? Hey. So you are, must be entitled to at least one. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Here comes Joe's boots. What? Yeah. Grant, yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go away. Come on, just go. Go. Get over there. Go and sit down. Go and sit down. Go and sit down. Go over there. Christ, you're coming the other side. Oh. Actually, when I went in, I was just informed by her Lord Master that a Moog source has been dropped off in need of attention. Right. There's a keyboard with it where it has numbers on the keys. Never a good sign.
Oh, excuse me.
To be honest with you, the last thing I feel like doing is finishing up, closing up the workshop, and then going to look on how to repair a clock. Not a feeling, you know what I mean?
Just buy a new clock.
Yeah,
Surely,
400 quid.
well, surely some Chinese companies develop one that's just basically an OLED screen with a visual representation of the clock, and it's completely digital.
Yeah, but it has to fit in that particular aperture. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And it may come to that yet.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't dropping out. Let's turn it off. Turn it on. There you go. I'm going to screw this back together. Okay. If anything's going to upset it, it'll be doing that. It's going to fall over. It'll be when I do that. So let's force the issue. Oh, he's having a go at Fiona now for dinner. Some sort of weirdness goes on with these when you get them back here. Possible trapped wires or something. Oh, I see. That's... Okay, this has got to come back out then. Oh, everything's no good. Completely different complexion. So did you have much work to do today, buds?
Yeah, I'm just fighting with internal bollocks.
Oh, right, okay.
It's just, and we're supposed to be doing this trial of a new translation feature within our tools, because normally with translations you have to farm it out to a third-party company who'll charge you extortionate amounts of money, so we've always kind of steered away from it, but we are a global company, so we do need to do something about it. And the company that makes the tools that we use have now started using, you know, AI and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, right,
They now offer it at a rate that's actually much more realistic. So my boss wants me to set up a trial and everything, and I found out on that call earlier today that she wants to start the trial while I'm not here, and I'm kind of like the main guy behind it. So I'm just like, fucking hell.
Oh, it's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't line up.
So
Really?
means a lot of preparation over the next 2 weeks for something that I'm only going to be sort of participating in half of. But never mind. So I'm just wading through a whole bunch of stuff right now.
I see.
And it's hot again.
Yeah, so is that. Right, got to take it out again. I never cut, so I was being a little fuckers to put that together. One of these places, so you've got to get everything, like 14 different places to line up perfectly before you can actually put it back together. And even then, there. And there's one of the big washers because it was a protrusion. Okay. I understand. Or is that it? No, I don't think it is. Maybe. It's this one. But I can't see that one. But it is. Okay. What is it? No, it's not. Not this one. What's that one for? Oh, it's for burning. Yeah. Bloody hell. Particular screws for particular holes. Yay! 4 different types. Fucking brilliant. I wonder how old this particular model is.
What, that Kurzweil?
Hmm?
The Kurzweil?
This Forte.
No idea.
Yeah.
Never heard. Well, I think I've heard of it, but I've never seen one.
Yeah. Although in many ways it looks exactly the same as all the others. And then, you know, there's little bits where it doesn't. Like the brushed aluminium cherry coloured end cheeks, for instance. But this is the sort of thing that Richard Hilton will have hired out in each country. You know, ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
That seems to be their most prolific market. You know, remote boards and whatever and they're available bloody everywhere. Rather than carting them around, it's obviously extra touring costs. And just hiring in each country that they're going to. Although he's actually in love with those two, what's that, Rolands. What's that Roland keyboard he's got? Big
Phantom,
one.
isn't it?
Yeah, the big Phantom. One more thing. And if it is, where's the hole? Okay, that's weird. Clearly there's no plastic washer. Dog's kit that. I was getting that one. Yeah, of course it doesn't fucking work. Why not you look bastard? Okay, right. It's just the other side to deal with. Whew. Right. There they are. There's the other side. There's a little black plastic washer. Well, it's not really a washer, it's a spacer. Knocking around it somewhere that we have to find. I think our youngest Noah must have kicked it. Yeah, there it is. It's down. That's great. Oh. Oh, no, no. Doggy little shit. Bloody machine's always a nightmare to put back in. Yeah, fucker.
What?
Is that you?
It's Longhurst.
Oh.
Afternoon, I'm backstage in the pub. Oh, I can't, you know.
Oh yeah, so he is.
Oh yeah, there he is.
Yeah, there he goes.
Shall we let him in?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then. There we go. All these people shouting at me in the fucking chat. I haven't got the fucking screen open, so I couldn't see you. Jesus. Someone's working. Anyway.
You're working in the pub.
Well, it's on. I'm just doing stuff.
Yeah, workshop pub. See, got work in the name.
Yeah. See? See? Oh,
there we are. So I can now get rid of that. Thank God.
with it? Take the lid off.
Sing us a song, you'll be fucking lucky. Oh dear. So, Man with Beard has been asking about isolation of a subwoofer. And I've posted about it, but just so you're clear, Man with Beard, subwoofer, well, any kind of sound generating source, subwoofer or whatever, if it's on the floor, you've got to stop it having contact with the floor and resonating, doing a direct transmission of sound from it to the floor. And the cheapest and easiest way to do that is to use 3 or 4 materials. So cheap foam underlay for carpets is really good as one of them. The trick is for each of the materials you use to have a different resonant frequency and or to absorb sound at different frequencies and stop the pass-through. So foam for underlay for carpets, then OSD board or something like that, 18mm or 15mm, 11mm. Then something like a mouse mat, you know, a different sort of foam to the carpet underlay. And then a final piece of either plasterboard or another piece of wood that's a different thickness from OSD. And you can put nails up through the final piece of wood, sort of 4 nails, turn it upside down so the points are pointing upwards and mount the sub on that. That will stop, it won't stop, but it will really reduce the transmission of any sound from it directly into the floor. It doesn't stop the rest of the floor resonating if you've got it boosted up a bit, but it will really cut down direct emit transmission by about 40 to 60 dBs. It makes a huge difference. Uncle Chrome. Yeah, use a teenager. Nothing passes through them. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Have a banana. What are you working on, Kent?
It's a Kurtz file.
Oh, it's still the Kurtz file, yeah. The cheap
I've
one.
just called up a patch called, would you believe, Tomatoes Tomato.
Go on then.
I don't know what makes that tomatoes tomato. Frozen sawdust. Frozen sawdust. Proper sized 6. Vintage wobbler. Throaty SNH. Cosmic intervals.
I always like the Kurtz ones. I think the sound of them is astonishing, and the Vast engine is just extraordinary.
The last 30 years.
Why change something that works?
Yeah.
Aside from the interface.
Well, this is exactly the same as using K2000.
Yeah, they need to up the interface a bit, but the sounds are amazing.
Even the same display.
Is it really? You're being asked, Robbie, are you going to be doing any more halogen FM presets for PSNers?
If I get time, I think, did I give them everything? I thought I gave them everything I did. So
time is the enemy. I can get you a broom. You can stick it up your arse and sweep whilst you're at it.
Indeed.
It seems to be working.
Hurrah!
So
where the ribbon cable was caught, is it now A, uncaught, and B, has there been any damage that will likely return?
No, it just looked cool. But it,
okay.
It is successfully turned on every single time now.
Cool.
So
is that a weighted? Is that a semi-weighted keyboard on that? Hammer, really? I know that the Kurzweils. One of the weak points of the Kurzweils with the hammer action is those keyboards wear out because people play them hard.
Well, they seem to have changed its design. It still has the same kind of feel, but they've changed the design a bit.
It still wears out. I've got a pal that's got 2600, and before that he had whatever the previous model was. And he's had to swap out the keyboard on both of them at least twice. But he plays it live and he digs in.
Patch 215 is called Bummer Dudes. Uh, 215. Yeah.
And apparently 339 is Blade Runner ARP. 339.
339. 339.
Does it have an ARP button?
Not exactly the loudest keyboard I've ever come across. Not exactly loud. Like EQ's turned up. It's got such a long attack. It's almost you can't even hear it. Probably.
Yeah, it doesn't really. Don't know why that would be an ARP, a Blade Runner ARP.
The keyboard then wags.
Flesh and the Machine 217. Do it for Ian J. Cole 217.
217. 31. 7. There's a drum kit underneath the keyboard. I see. Different programs, arpeggiations for each patch. But more importantly, not cutting out. Turn it up again and try turning it on yet again. Boom! Blue light. Got to a Forte SE. OS 369. Boom, boom. Okay. Default to preset 21. Okay, fine. Well, I think that one's in the bag. I've actually earned a few pennies today.
Yeah.
Here's your proper cuddle then. Alright? You're going to be happy now. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're going to be happy.
2600 is a good machine. It says 2700. I just wish they'd update their freaking... I wish they put a decent sized screen on it and a touch screen or something. Just a bit more, because it just feels a bit antiquated. Although... maybe for live, that's all you need. Who knows?
Editor for the computer.
Yeah. That's called Robbie.
Oh, well. I think he's at work at the moment. That's his I'm at work pose.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
You in your I'm at work pose.
Concentrating, yeah. It takes a lot these days.
Nice. Okay, I will class that as fucking fixed. Box. Oh. Fiona's going to have fun telling them it's done. What's Japanese for done?
For what?
Done.
Bother.
It's really isn't anywhere really.
Shih Tzu?
Shih Tzu. Hyundai.
Touch me after 3 p.m. We used to do lots of those kinds of weird preset names that left people going, what the fuck? Touch Me After 3 p.m. apparently is patch number 185, and that was the kind of thing that would have been a smoky electric piano with a little bit of distortion and muted with some vibes going on, as it were.
I see.
Hyundai is South Korean. What? You racist. You terrible racist. Oh, right, I'm a terrible racist. So I'm bad at being... I hope I'm bad at being racist. I was brought up to be, but I think a lot of people were of my generation, and I managed to get over that. So, yeah.
Well, I'll probably do a bank of sounds, and I'm going to have at least one patch called Fuck Trump.
That will work.
Yeah, I'll have that.
That's just being normal, I think. Hopefully Taquita isn't. What is taquita?
Oh. Okay. Tell you what, these keyboards don't get any lighter, I know that. You're alright, Happy.
Wagyu, my language skills aren't always the best, but I think what you're asking there is whether or not my hedgehog is comfortable in his new abode and or has enough gummy bears. I think that's what you're asking, but I might be wrong.
Do hedgehogs like gummy bears?
I've no idea.
I don't know why that goes wrong. It's madness. Absolutely madness. Why would it do that?
Yeah. Good. Done. Right. Does any of this okay.
Unless that's... That's not supposed to be.
Right, I'm off. I've got to finish all this stuff up.
Alright, darling.
So I will see
Sure,
you all later.
Yeah, you take care, Fruitbat.
And he's gone.
At the door, mate. At the door. Right. Let's connect this up to the power and see what happens.
So what have you got down now? What are you doing on that? What are you working on now?
Mustang's clock.
Not much need for an oscilloscope on that then.
No, not a great deal at all. But one thing it does need is to have this clock working, because a replacement is 400 quid.
Is it because you measure, you need a second hand to measure how quickly a full tank goes down to zero? Is that what it's for?
Yeah, I've never really seen what the use of having a second hand in a car clock is, but it has one. Right, there we go.
Right. Righty.
I've kind of got it working. It was all seized up. I mean, really bad.
What, clock?
Yeah.
All right.
You couldn't even disengage this to adjust the time. It's absolutely rammed in there solid. Right.
So it just needed cleaning. It's electric, I'm assuming?
Yeah, there's a little coil system for it.
So it doesn't get pregnant?
Basically. But
Okay.
it seems to have this system in it that after a while, when the cog comes round, it stops the clock. And I'm still trying to figure out why it does it.
Sounds like something's out of alignment. Has something expanded or stretched or deformed in one of the... Yeah.
Something like that. So, but Fiona's managed to find me a very, very in-depth tutorial on how to repair the Mustang clock from 1967 to 1973.
That's a long tutorial, that is. That's 5 years. A 5-year long tutorial.
Yeah, might as well be.
Is she mad?
Well, all I know is that I can't afford to spend 400 quid on a fucking clock. I know that.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
But because it's a restoration, the clock kind of has to work. Otherwise, it's not really a fucking restoration, is it?
Well, if it is a restoration, then restoring the original clock is preferable to... You may even... I mean, some of the parts... Are all the parts metal inside, or are there plastic parts?
It's basically, imagine the back of a carriage clock.
Yeah.
Basically that. The only plastic bit is there's a little plastic plate on the top where the copper terminals come out for the battery. That's it.
Is anything rubbing? Have you just done the normal, very light drop of oil in all the moving parts?
Oh God, yeah. It needed it because it was absolutely solid. So you got this thing on the front that you pull out, right? It was doing this and it wouldn't move. So it's all taken apart and cleaned and oiled and all that sort of thing. And it's running beautifully, but this cog comes round and it has like a ratchet sitting in the cog, and it's pulling this plate round that has a little what would you call it? An electrical contact. And as it comes around, it touches the electrical contact of the coil and the clock stops. And I'm wondering whether what's supposed to happen is it touches and it releases the ratchet and it pings back, maybe, and then does it again. But I don't know why it's doing it. I don't see why it's there doing that function. It stops.
So, what is it when the second hand goes round? So it's happening once a minute, or?
Yeah, it's not exactly once a minute, but it's definitely related to the second hand. You know, if I pull this thing round again, off she goes.
Well, it sounds then like there's either a short and it's something in the electronics is maybe reversed, or
there's no electronics in it. It's simply.
But you said there was a contact. What's the contact for? Just
the two magnetic coils. That's it. But I don't know why these two contacts have to touch. I don't understand that. Because this cog is pulling this contact round, and it touches the contact of the first coil, and that stops the clock. So why would you have that? Point of that. No. I'll watch these videos tonight anyway, and have a look at this mech, because the guy goes into great detail apparently. So
it sounds like it touching the contact isn't the default. It not touching the contact is probably the default, or the contact needs to move backwards or forwards to. Then there has to be a reason for it being there.
Well, I think the only reason I could think of that it would have it is that if you don't have it connected up to the power supply, it continues to tick away with no power until this contact thing comes around, and it stops the clock. So what I was wondering was, is it supposed to be that it sits in one place, and if you disconnect the battery, the breaking the power makes the ratchet engage with the cog and pulls it and keeps it going because it's sprung loaded, so it keeps the clock going longer.
Yeah. That sounds.
Did it connect the battery back up again? But it looks like you only get like 2 minutes to connect the battery back up. So that doesn't make sense.
Unless it's got stuck at some point, and the 2 points that touch, one or the other of them has become magnetized from being something weird like that.
But it's all brass. It's all brass or a couple of little bits of plastic. That's it.
What happens if you change the gap so it doesn't touch the contact on the way round? Will it just, so
it stops working? Weirdly. But what I was hoping was that I could disengage this ratchet with power in it and it carries on going. But it's really hard to hold it in place. It's a real bastard. Like that, for instance. So it's not engaged. There. And it stopped. It's all part of being connected to that. It has to be connected to that, but I can't see why it can only go so far and then stop. It doesn't make sense.
I reckon it's broken.
You might be right.
Yeah. Yeah, you should send it to someone that knows about these things. Yeah. Do you know anyone with a Mach 1 Muzzy?
No. Nobody. I don't know anybody else that stupid. Because I definitely should have got the 67. Well, there was no 67 for sale and I can't afford one anymore. You know what I mean? I'd love to have had 67. Fastback.
It's getting warm in here.
It's not here.
Are you around tomorrow or this evening or whenever to do some more sound design, dear boy?
I think I can put a couple of hours aside tomorrow, depending on how well the cashboard in the 80 goes and the Mo source.
Okay.
The Mo source is supposed to be straightforward, but that's normally kiss of death when they say there's not much wrong with it.
Yeah, if you rely on someone else's, yeah.
Yeah.
There's not much wrong with it.
Or they say, the only thing it's doing is, and then you open it up and you go through it and everything like that and you go, well, the only thing it isn't doing is this. And everything else
I just had to go for an appointment which was freaking cancelled at last. Not cancelled, postponed for a month at my local hospital for a spinal consult. And I'm driving up to sort of Durham, County Durham next week.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, I'm going up Birmingham and then County Durham to see stepson, and we've got...
Oh, is that what you were going to do last week?
Yeah, that's right. But the weather was just shit, so we're going to do it next week. And I got back from the hospital from the non-appointment, which was just so freaking annoying. And as I pulled into the drive, let me just rewind the story a bit. This morning, a really good pal of mine, Ryan, was posting that someone that had ripped him off for a huge amount of money. So an employee who was nicking parts and doing things, I'm not going to get into names or anything like that, but had been going elsewhere and bad-mouthing him as his boss, saying he was an awful person. So I just happened to see this and I posted, load of tosh, Ryan's a lovely guy, done me lots of favours, always done a great job, just trying to sort of level the playing field a bit.
Yeah.
Thought no more of it. So I'm pulling in from the hospital into my drive.
Yeah.
And a little warning thing comes up in my diagnostics doofer. A little warning thing comes up. No engine light on the main display, but warning thing comes up and says, engine oil pressure low. Pull over, stop driving, get it seen to. So I kind of, what the who? So I parked it, had a quick look at the oil, oil seems fine.
Right.
Mind you, I have been driving for a while, but the oil seems, good. So I rang up the same guy, Ryan, who owns a garage, and I said, Ryan, I've got this thing that's come up. I'm going up to Durham next week. I just need you to take a look.
Yeah.
It said, it's a BMW saying that engine oil pressure low. I don't know if it's a sensor or there's something else going on, but I want to, can you have a look? He said, so what do you say it is? I said, it's just saying engine oil pressure low, but it isn't showing up in the fault codes, and it's disappeared as soon as I switch it off and back on again. He said, oh, fuck. I went, what? He said, I've no idea, but every time you bring something in and say it's only, it always ends up being a colossal pain in the ass. Yeah. So I'm taking it in on Monday.
Well, normally, low oil pressure is either there's a problem with the pump, or the oil level's low, or you've got a massive leak. Either way,
there's no leak. I'm not seeing any leak underneath.
Yeah.
There's plenty of oil in the thing, so maybe it's the oil pump, or it's a sensor.
Actually, more likely, I would thought, would be the sensor.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, I'll get it into him and he can fix it up. I've got to drive up there on Wednesday.
What are you doing, woman? Come sit down. If you're going to come and sit down, then just come on. There we go. Sit down there. Yeah, babe.
Yeah. Tinkly, tinkly, tinkly. Tinkly, tinkly. So, yeah.
What else is on the cards this week is Peter's CS20.
Oh, that's come up. Has he delivered it to you already? You got it?
Oh, I've had it a couple of months. That's the one that blew up on me on the pub a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, the one, that in your face.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was good of him to build that booby trap in for you.
Mm. Yeah, it's a horrible fault within that power supply. Really, really weird one. But those early Yami supplies, they got some weird big parts in them. They really have.
Yeah.
I'm going to build a new one from scratch.
Probably sensible.
Yeah. Less chance of it farting up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I've got to build two circuits, one to generate a minus 6.5 from the minus 15, and I think it's a 10 volt from the plus 15, so that'd be easy enough to do.
Yeah, it should be.
And then that should stabilise her.
Yeah.
Longevity.
Longevity.
Yeah.
I've got to get. I'm just waiting for a SSD replacement for the floppy for this from Matey Boy, and then I've got to get it down to you get the keyboard sorted out. Because I love that machine. I love the sounds it plays. The keyboard on it, I just freaking love the keyboard on that. I really do.
It's like when I said to Ty, I said, what else are you bringing down? He says, I'm bringing down the 80. I go, oh, okay. I said, what's wrong with her? He says, you've got one key where you have to hit it slightly harder than the others. The D.
Oh, you told me about this. Yeah.
You've got to drag that all the way down for that. Oh well. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? It is what it is.
But if you want perfection, then you know, that's the kind of thing that would just sit on his mind and annoy him. And
I can just go through her again anyway, give her a little tighten up.
Tweak.
Yeah, well, it might need one after spending 4 hours in the back of a transit.
Yeah. Yeah, almost certainly.
As long as it gets back the same way.
Yeah.
You know, intact, that'll be fine. So he can knock it out of whack as much as he wants coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Oh, mate, yeah. Not half. Oh, mate.
I had to work on today was fecking heavy.
Was it?
Yeah. 80, that cuts well. And then the dog food, when I went in to get the coffee, the dog food had turned up. And it's next month's dog food. And it's so heavy.
Yeah, Ty did say he's going to bring it down in a shopping cart tied to the back of his Roma. That'd be funny.
Yeah, as long as it's foam, it'll be alright.
Yeah. As long as the shopping cart, shopping trolley's got alloys on it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, matching alloys.
Matching alloys and some aero on the back. Actually, just put the CS80 mounted sideways on the shopping trolley. That'll be enough area. That'll give you lots of downforce.
Yeah, I still got to find this Juno 6 for this guy. Because he wants to come down and collect it. And I'm going, where the hell is that? I haven't seen a Juno 6 down here for months. Where the hell could it be?
Yeah. Later this week, I will do this unboxing.
Oh, yeah.
Got no idea whether or not I'll get on with it or not, but...
What is it?
It's the Evoke.
Oh, okay.
And I like doing full unboxings, the whole thing. Paper everywhere and, you know...
Well, as long as it doesn't turn into an absolute farce like my Behringer System 55 unboxing.
That was fucking absolute must-view television. That I freaking loved that. That made my sides ache. It was so good. It's like Robbie still hates the whole what's the Synclavier, the Regen, his review of the Regen, unboxing of the Regen. But it was a genuine, I mean, that's kind of what I love about that. It was a genuine reaction to something that he'd never seen before. And that's kind of, that was good, rather than the super polished, this is what it does, this is how it works. I've spent 7 days looking at it, and I've read the manuals and I've watched the videos. And this is how it, show me show me the experience of it when it comes out the box, right from the word go. That's what I want to see.
So the other people feel bad about it when they get theirs out of the box. How's this fucking work? Yeah,
and that's exactly, I loved that one with Robbie and the Regen. I thought it was really good.
Yeah. I
thought it was really honest and showed exactly, and it gave them really good feedback.
Yeah.
Because they realised that, all right, it's a wonderful machine, but just make it fucking a little more obvious, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But with that System 55, because I thought I was ordering 10 cables.
Yeah.
So long. 10 cables that were so long. 10 cables that were so long. Because there's no point to have a long cable just to go from there to there, is it?
Yeah.
But where I read 1, it meant 10. It was packs of 10. I thought it meant 1 cable. So I ordered, I think it was close to 800.
It was. I just remember you pulling bag after bag after bag out, and each bag had 8 or 10 cables in. It was just freaking hilarious. They just kept mounting up. We thought, no, it's got to stop. And I lost the ability to breathe after a while. There was about
4 times more cables than there was holes on the fucking front of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the regen did require an SD card, but it's in the dim and just the misty bits of the. I have to say, I quite like the regen. I like what it does.
Yeah.
But it is baffling at the moment. I'd love to get my hands on one and play around with it because I love the FM. What you can do with FM on the Synclavier, I think it's a great thing. The C15 reminds me of it. Only the C15's gone that billion stages further as well, and has all those additional.
Yes.
The 2 touch strips, which I think is a brilliant, genius idea. Yeah.
So that's what I think I'll be fitting tomorrow. This is the.
Oh, how lovely!
YM 26700. Which is gold-plated legs on ceramic, white ceramic.
And is that for the that's for the 80? Yeah.
Yeah, that controls octave assignments and all that sort of malarkey. But this one, these are the rarest rocking horse kit. This is the 26600. And that does the CVs and voice assignment, and they range between like 300 and 1100 quid each.
Jesus wept.
Now, because they're so rare. Man,
did you have to buy it, or did you have one in stock?
I had one out of an old. I think it was an old CS60. Rendering the junk.
How many voices does it deal with?
8.
So you've got 2 in the
7.
80.
Actually, technically, it's 7 and a pedal board. Because it's actually an organ chip.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
That's why 80s, you do that and it goes 1 to 7, 1 to 7, 1 to 7. But if you hold a note down and play another note with it, that assigns the 8th voice. And this is why people are having trouble tuning their 80s. They think they're tuning the 8th voice, and they're not tuning. It's number 1 that's.
They're tuning the first voice again. Yeah.
But I explained that in great detail in that how to tune your 80 video that I did. But like I said, 2,400 views, which is 3 times more than there is 80s in the world.
And I only watched it 2,200 times. So, yeah, that's...
So,
yeah.
Because everybody wanted to know what it sounded like afterwards. So I played some chords and stuff like that after it had been tuned. And it was all like, spot on.
Yeah.
And it,
whose was that?
No pausing and stuff like that.
Whose 80 was that? I can't remember.
In there now.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Righty ho.
Now that goes in September, along with an immaculate TB303 that's only been turned on for about 10 minutes in its entire life. It's inverted commas museum exhibit TB303 and a beautiful Jupiter 8, which has been sitting in shed there for 3 years. I've got to dig that out, just go over top and tail and go over them again.
Why has it been sitting there for 3 years?
Because he can't come back over until September this year.
Oh, right.
So, due to commitments, I suppose.
Okay. And it's been paid for already?
Years ago.
Okay, cool.
So what I'll do is I'll bring that 80 out of the studio. I have to take the power supply out of it and all the keys and bring them down separately Otherwise, we can't get it down the stairs. Get it down here, put it all back together again, go through it, tune it, make sure everything's all hunky-spunky, and then box her up ready to go, and then do the Jupiter 8, go through that, make sure everything's okay, and the TB303, which will be difficult because the TB303 came here for cleaning, and has never actually officially been turned on and used because the instructions were not to turn it on and use it. So it was bought in 1981. He played it for 10 minutes and then put it back into his box.
So you can't certify that it even works?
No, but he's happy with that. But he knew it, that technically, last time it was seen working, 40 years ago, he thinks it still is, and he just wanted it cleaned because it got a bit grubby over the decades. And it's absolutely immaculate. It's literally how I remember them back in 1981 in the shops.
Probes has asked if Roland needs one of their museum pieces restored, do they do it themselves or send it out? I would imagine they'll do it. Yeah, they'll do it themselves. Yeah.
Because they'll probably have access. Actually, no, they might not have access to parts because if there's one thing that synth manufacturers are notorious for is when a product line ends, after about 10 years afterwards, anything left in the stores for that product is thrown away.
Well, yeah, I've got some stories about that. Yeah, I remember how much was...
When Dusty told me about, when was it, 1989, Yamaha sent out a memo to Yamaha Kimball in, I think then they were in Milton Keynes, to get rid of all the CS and GS and EX stuff, whatever it is, skip it, make room for the new, montages or whatever it was that were coming out next. And Dusty said, I remember they were throwing away brand new voice cards for 80s, front panels, keys, into the skip.
Wouldn't they allow anyone to take them?
I didn't think anybody wanted them. And to be fair, in 1989, nobody did.
No one did, no. I remember seeing a CS80 go for 500 quid or something then.
I've seen one go for £75.
Really?
Yeah. And it was me selling it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fucking believable. But the same happened at Roland with the Jupiter 8s. Bunged it.
Well, the same happened with Emu and then Sonic when they end of lifed a whole bunch of stuff. I think all of the stock for the 2000s and the 2000 platform, the Romplers, and all the additional cards and God knows what else for the E4 range.
Yeah,
I think half of it went to an American spares company and half of it came over to the Synthesizer Repair Centre in Wembley.
Yeah,
they had it and they couldn't use it. I remember I rang them up one day. I can't remember what I wanted. They had the PX7 for sale for nothing. Part of the things was they got a PX7, which is what I've got. The only thing it didn't have was the PX7 ROM. But they put a MoFat ROM in, and I already had, whatever. And I said, if you get a PX7 thing, will you let me know? They said, yeah, but, what do you want? And I just said, I've got a bit of a dodgy knob data encoder on one of the units.
Yeah.
And it turned up, they shipped it over to me, it turned up with 4 data knobs, some buttons, a whole bunch of things, just as spares. They said, we've got hundreds of the freaking things.
Yeah. Well,
just have it. Didn't charge me for it. It was yeah.
Well, Yamaha's policy was, I think it's the same as Roland's as well, which was never look back. Always striving to move forward, etc., etc. So I always found it sort of like slightly one eyebrow lifting when I saw, some of the things that Yamaha were doing, which was sort of like relaying back, like with the update, relaying back to old things like the GX1 and stuff like that, presets. I go, oh, hello.
If you don't look back, if you're not able to look back, how do you know? You miss so much. Having a sense of the history of whatever it is you're doing is deeply important. Deeply important.
Clearly, people who work at Yamaha have seen what CS80s are going for on the open market now. And then they're probably looking at each other and going, oh, I didn't see that coming. So.
Yeah.
But there you go.
It's that thing of, well, we can do better than that. Yeah, but you can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do as bad as that as well. You can't do the mistakes and the flaws that made it what it was. Yeah. We were having this conversation last night, weren't we? Or the night before, whatever it was, about the voice boards, the 901s on the original RA Mini Moogs. Those were terrible design. Well, not terrible design, fantastic design, but full of all sorts of issues and components that were end of life and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then they fixed it, made it better, and as as time passed over the next 10 years or so, the design just got worse and worse. And it was still a good thing, but it didn't have the weight and the character of the original RAs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thing is, they've never lost that. They've always known what that is. They've got the circuit diagrams, they've got all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And they know what works. And being able to hark back to that is one of the reasons why the Messenger, the Messenger is not a Mini. It wasn't intended to be, but it is probably like a Prodigy, not Prodigy.
I personally, I would say it was like the multi-mode with massive tits.
Yeah, multi-mode, that would be it. Multi-mode with massive tits. Maybe even the Source. Sort of.
Yeah,
but more the multi-mode. Yeah, the multi-mode.
Yeah.
With massive tits. You have a way of putting things.
Yeah, well.
With massive tits and a great big cock.
Oh, no.
But that's why it works.
Well, technically, yeah. I mean, when it comes to pumping stuff out of that filter, yeah, it's quite a big cock.
Yeah.
It has to be said. But, yeah, it's... I think... But, Yamaha, I think, are now looking back at their lineage and going, do you know what? I think there's still some value here, guys.
Oh, really? You really think so?
Yeah.
I remember the work they were doing. They had engineers and people external and internal to the company doing so much work when FM happened.
Yeah.
And they were doing a lot of work on how to on resynthesis, essentially, which is kind of what they got to later on, but in a really roundabout way. They never fully, addressed it. But that technology, they already knew a lot of what it could do, but they didn't necessarily have all the processing power they needed, and et cetera, et cetera. They hadn't worked out all the maths for it.
Yeah.
But that's kind of, they already had that, and I still don't understand why they haven't released this as an ANX only keyboard, ANX keyboard with every control exposed. So you got a 16 voice, polyphonic, poly aftertouch, and essentially virtual analog synth, because it sounds astonishing.
I would think, and I would say, don't
put it out at $2,000. You get.
Don't talk yet. Wait for Nam to turn up. I bet you anything you like, you'll see something like that.
Yeah, well, it would be good to see it because the world deserves it. It does.
Well, the thing I saw the other day. Have you heard of Synth GTP?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this bloke demonstrating it, and he typed in. He goes, yeah. So he typed in piano, and it creates this sound, right? And he played it, and he went, yeah, okay. I go, but then if you want to go very specific about the piano sound, how would you word it? Because he typed in, was it tubular bell, and it come back with a sound that wasn't very tubular bell sounding. It had essence of bell, but not necessarily essence of tube.
Yeah.
And so when it comes back with that, I get, so what then do you have to add to the text to get the sound you want, as opposed to reaching for a control?
It's really funny because this is something which has been occupying my thinking for a while now. There was a really good article posted. I'll send you a link to it. There was a really good article posted about AI generated anything. It was specifically referring in the case of this report to AI generated reports and or essays. So people that use ChatGPT or whatever to create reports for their bosses. You need a report, so create a report doing this, summarize these points, create the report. What they showed is that there is now a generation of people that are using ChatGPT to generate this stuff. They've been able to prove several things really clearly. One is those people cannot remember a single sentence from that report because they've not created it.
Yeah.
The second is they can't even summarize the report a while later. And the third is that people that are using ChatGPT to do all of this research for themselves, all the research, answer all their questions, are becoming essentially their brain chemistry, the front parietal lobes and the temporal lobes, the connections in there are less strong, they're weaker, and they're losing the ability to be able to create without that external input. So they're losing the ability to retain knowledge and to reason and to conceptualize. They're losing the ability to conceptualize. Now, what this brings me to Synth GPT and all the video, the generative video and photographic resources, all of which we can all use them, and we suddenly think we're fucking geniuses. We're the gods of creation because we can type a few lines and come up with something that looks good or sounds halfway decent.
Yeah.
The problem with it is that anyone can do that, but it and people doing it can't repeat that over and over again. And if you removed that ability to use AI to do this, they haven't learnt the skills to do it without AI. They haven't learnt the base skills. And those base skills and the creativity that goes along with it and the conceptualizing that goes along. I wonder what if I did this. You have to know what the if I did this is. You have to know, a sound generating source, some sort of sound generator, and then some sort of tonal filtering, some sort of tonal manipulation, and whether it's and then envelopes and all LFOs, modulation. You need to understand all of those things. What happens when you mix two waveforms together and sync them up with AM or FM? What happens there? So because they don't know the constituent bits, they just make a sound like, or create a video of a short video clip of a man in a forest with a beard, with a bear, with a TIE fighter flying past. They've no idea how to create it without it. So what that means is we are creating not only a post-literate society generation where literacy and conceptualizing is disappearing, the ability to do that, unless you've got the money to engage, because AI is not cheap and it's going to be more expensive and it's going to create that divide. You're also creating people who are essentially stupid. They are not stupid, they're unable to conceptualize. So all of these things, you can do these things. And it's a bit like if you're a musician, I can use one of those chord charts or a MIDI thing to create the next chord. You know, it will give me a perfect set of chords and I can just pick from them. But I haven't sat there and experimented and got a note wrong and gone, oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Yes, I know. Yeah.
What's the resolve on that? Because that's what makes, you know, that's part of the emotional language that we're trying to transmit. You suddenly get this tension in something where it's not resolving. You know, you're putting fourths in and you know,
yes,
all of that. So if you rely on someone else to do it, or some MIDI code to do it, so you're not learning it, yes, you can build a song quickly because you can just use your ears and go, yeah, that sounds good. But you've had no part in its creation. And if those tools are removed, I mean, even if they're not removed, you're not learning the fundamentals of how to do it.
Yeah.
And that means that we end up with a more and more bland. The other thing that this report did about, you know, using AI to write reports and or essays, is that it ended up, even people that sort of started off with ChatGPT and ended up just, you know, smudging it themselves to try and, you know, make it more their own, you know, adding their, you know, retyping it or doing whatever. They also didn't remember sentences or much from it. But what was the point I was going to make there? They, oh fuck, it's gone. That's me. Oh yeah. Not only did it do that, but it made those reports and the things that they'd written conform to a much more standardized language set that was very bland and unmemorable. So I'm often accused of using very flowery language, shall we say. I throw in words here and there that, you know, that are not common parlance. But guess what? If you use words that people aren't familiar with, generally, if they want to know, you've got enough context around it for them to guess what you mean.
Yeah.
And or to then go and look it up and expand the vocabulary. And it gives that, you know, a single word can make a massive difference to the intent of the message you're trying to put across. You know, and a massive, and also how you express something, you know, where you place the emphasis in a sentence, which is something, again, I had a client come back to me end of last week who was using AI. They'd replaced all of the voice artists they'd been using. And their clients were saying, well, it's just a bit boring and people aren't engaging. Engagement dropped from 75% plus down to minus 20, you know, around 25%, something like that. People were listening to it and just going, yeah, whatever, or they weren't bothering. And so they said, well, what it is, it's the emphasis. So they started teaching their people to go through the scripts and place emphasis points, punctuation, underlining, emboldening on the words that they think they should be. Yeah. But these people were doing it without reading it, and it was coming back again, oh, the emphasis is in the wrong place. That doesn't make any sense at all. And they ended up spending so long on it that they worked out it was costing them more than getting a voice artist in who would know where to emphasise and why.
Yeah.
Because it was using up so much of their time to try and get, you know, they were doing so much, and people aren't necessarily linguistically gifted. They don't know how to communicate. That's why you have a voice artist, because they know where to place the emphasis. Yeah. You know, and it's that. So they're starting to. They've come back and asked if I can help them out with some stuff, and I've just said, yeah, I'll get a voice artist in.
Yeah, I mean, I think AI has a place, and I don't think that place has been realised yet. But I mean, it's been used to do all sorts of things, and I suppose there's going to be certain areas where AI just doesn't really cut it. You know, and other places where it will excel. You know, but yeah, I mean, I've heard some of those videos on YouTube that have AI voiceovers. You can spot them a mile off.
I'm just trying to think. There's the saying, isn't there? Give a man a fish, you feed him for the night. Teach a man to fish, or a person to fish, and you feed them for life. But if you instead teach the person to find someone else to fish for them, then you've not given them the skills, you've just shown them how to delegate, which is what AI is. And then if the people that they rely upon to do the fishing for them fuck off elsewhere or do something else, they go hungry.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to find those skills, and they've never got used to, not just the fishing, but the gutting and the descaling and all of that, cooking, all of it. It's odd. It's odd. We are heading towards post-literate, but there we go.
Yeah, but it does feel sometimes like the general intelligence.
Have you seen Steve?
Hmm?
Steve, I'm still waiting for the first artificial regular pub guest to emerge. Have you not seen Ty? He's going to get me for that. He will come back and go, yeah,
he's always the butt of the joke for old Ty.
He's a lovely man. He's a very clever man. He's also very bright and very balanced. Generally. Sometimes he can go off on one.
Deal with those fucking companies. Drive me nuts, they would.
Well, he's worked very hard to put himself in a position where he knows how to manage those things. Yeah. And he has a choice. He has choices, which is great. Yeah. He uses a small language model with no swear filter.
Yeah.
I think Ty has a very large language model. He does,
yeah,
but I know what you mean.
You can use with these companies, especially the American ones. They get very upset with foul language.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough.
You can Wagyu. You can make a horse fish. You can lead it to water, and you can make it fish. Yeah, you can.
Right.
Yeah, and you can teach it to use ChatGPT once, twice, 3 times. Yeah. A lady.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. It's his legs that are small.
You're gonna feed Deb.
Right, I'm going to go and speak to my stepson. Big love to you. Shall we? Are you going to bugger off now and have something to eat and be up later or tomorrow or what? You don't know.
Yeah, I've got to have something to eat. I'll have a look at this clock video and.
Oh yeah, you got to get that done. Yeah. Get on with that.
And I'll probably crash out the sofa for a bit and just recoup.
Yeah, and I need to work out how best to use the loop back on the Focusrite 24 or 1820. That's what I need to do. Then I can replace all of this. Right, I'm buggering off.
All right, dear.
I love you. I don't care what the others say.
All right,
so, what?
My legs.
Oh, your poor legs.
My poor old legs.
Yeah.
All right, dear. I'll see you soon.
See you later. God bless, mate.
Why India? Oh. Beggars everywhere, mate. Right. All right, gentlemen. I will see you all later at some juncture. Might do another workshop pub tomorrow. Because it's better than being down here in abject silence.
You fix
the Kurzweil, yes, it's not failing.
Oh.
So.
It did fail. Did it fail?
Not really, no. But there again, I opened it up straight away. So, and then that's when I found that crushed ribbon cable. So, I would assume it was that crushed ribbon cable that was giving them intermittence because everything else seems to work fine.
So it got crushed when they've opened it previously.
Or somebody's opened it previously, yeah.
Why would they have opened it previously unless it was giving it chip?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
It may be, they might have bought it second hand off eBay or something, and somebody else opened it up for something. I don't know. Either way.
We're going to carry it back up. Because they want it fairly quick, don't they?
Well, I need it by Sunday.
Are you going to open her up again? Or try her again tomorrow? Or?
No, she's done.
You've done a burn-in?
I can't do much more to it.
Have you done anything to it?
Yeah, I took it apart and thoroughly tested it after removing the ribbon cable from being trapped.
So it's an 85 quid.
Yeah. You can call them tomorrow and tell them it's ready.
Are you going to have the whole can of dogs?
Why, do you want some?
No.
Then obviously I'll have to then, won't I? Was it 10 or 8?
I don't know.
I hope it's 10. Do you know what? I could go 10 hot dogs.
How are you going to cook them?
How am I going to cook them? Excuse me, the last time I looked, you're the one with the tits. You cook them. You know how to cook them. I only know how to cook the books. The synthesizers.
I'll look on the camera.
Besides, you're an excellent cook. You always cook everything nicely. I'll probably find some way of, even boiling them in water. I'd find some way of burning them. NMO. Right. Let's close up shop for the day. God, yeah. Do you know what? I could just, because she's got this lovely soft white bread. Put some butter on it. Bit of tomato sauce. Yeah, I think I could put away 10 hot dogs. I'm hungry enough. And yet, I'm always thin. Mad. Oh. Mind you, the last time I saw a doctor, which was a long time ago, he did say I had a metabolism like a neutron star. So, it goes in, it's immediately burnt, consumed and done, and I can't put on weight. I'm exactly the same weight as I was when I was 12. So, small mercies. All right, well, gentlemen, I will see you either at Workshop Pub tomorrow, or I don't know if I could be doing a Workshop Pub tonight, because I is quite knackered now, actually. So, go and take it easy tonight. And regroup tomorrow. So if any of you are around, see you tomorrow, where we will be dealing with, hopefully, Casboard on the AT and a Moog Source, I believe. And if they go well, something else. We'll see. All right, I'll see you then. Look after yourselves. Be good. Stay healthy. Have a good evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.